Barry Smith or Palmer United, depending on where you're. Which, with Conan, both options will hit. That we avoided the launch. The good thing about that.
Video we're going to look at. You are going to see a number of very interesting things, and if you're only listening today, or I'll describe it for you. You will see Gavin Newsom going to do the Trump handshake, and Trump wants to do his handshake game, the jerking game, and Gavin Newsom just doesn't allow it. And Trump tries it again, and Newsom is the one who pulls Trump in. You see Newsom taking a dominating stance and Trump leaning forward like he's recreating Michael Jackson's Smooth Criminal music video. Melania, if I'm honest, seems to identify exactly what's going on, and Newsom is really giving it to Trump, and Trump just taking it. Take a look at this.
Yeah, dude, that was weird. The kiss? Like, what the fuck is going on there? Like, Trump didn't even, like, actually get a kiss from Melania when he got sworn in as president, and then that looks like a kiss on the lips with Gavin Newsom. Oh my god, Eh. Yeah, that's like a side lip. That's not a cheek, that's like a side lip.
This is, I don't really care about these kind of faux masculinity games that a lot of these right wingers love to use to evaluate the size of one's manhood, but Trump cares about it, and the people around Trump care about it. And it's difficult to see this interaction as anything other than Gavin Newsom dominating and
What did I get up to today? Well, it was exceptionally windy today. I was actually worried my power and shit was gonna go out. It was so windy. So I didn't go out. I was thinking of going to the grocery store.
No way crocodiles are thriving at a nuclear power plant. It's no wonder these things have survived though the asteroid that killed off the dinosaurs.
Yeah, they're pretty durable. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. I was thinking of going to the grocery store, but it was too dangerous to drive. It was like insanely windy. I kind of wanted to because it was only it was like 2 degrees today, like fairly warm, and tomorrow is gonna be -11, which fucking sucks cock. God, I just hate the fucking winter, dude. We got like 1 more month until March. Thank fuck. And then like finally I don't have to live in this winter fucking hellhole. Yeah, I've been forgetting to get a fucking hair comb every fucking time I go to the store. And my hair is long enough now where I have to comb it. So I got up and I literally got a fork and I just ran a fork through my hair.
Trump allowing himself to be dominated. Do I think this matters when it comes to policy? No. Do I think that this undercuts one of the main reasons that a lot of Trump people support the guy, which is because he's tough and he says what he believes and he doesn't get pushed around by anybody? Yeah, it undercuts that very much. And moments later, Donald Trump staggering into Melania Trump after patting Gavin Newsom on the back. Take a look. All right, so that was basically the way it all went. And then at some event in Pacific Palisades, Donald Trump with a rant about water and trees that sounds very much like something you'd expect to hear in a Dr. Seuss book.
We're okay because the trees are loaded with water. They suck that water out of the ground, and this was an inferno, just like, I would say, no different than this. And it was also the wind that caused a lot of problem. I mean, you had tremendous winds that there's not a lot you're going to do with. You had up to 100-mile-an-hour winds. It's unheard of. But when I was in Paradise, I noticed that the trees, they were dark on the bottom, but they were absolutely living, and they lived because they're soaking wet. But the trees that were on the ground, within 12 to 18 months, they say 18 months at a maximum, you have to cut them up, take them away because they're matchsticks. But we saw that. You saw that with me. I commented at the time. I said, look at this. The house is burned down and the tree is standing, and it's, other than being a little different color on the bottom, and it went through an inferno. It's amazing. It's soaking wet. So I think they have to do it. It's called management of the floor. And when the gentleman from Austria and also Finland and other countries, they said we manage the forest floor very, very carefully, and we don't have forest fires here. They just don't have them.
Did he say Australia?
From Austria and also Finland and other countries.
Oh, Austria.
They said we manage the forest floor very, very carefully.
Isn't Austria and Finland like kind of cold places? Why are you comparing fucking Finland to, like, do you expect a forest fire to happen here?
Hello, I'm the Lorax. I speak for the trees because Trump is a monster who wants to destroy them all.
Don't think he wants to destroy all the trees. But he is retarded. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Something that I don't think enough people understand about the dynamic between Trump and his supporters and what enables Trump to get to power like he has is that a lot of his supporters don't believe he's going to do the stuff that he says he's going to do. And so, or they don't really engage with the facts of what it could mean in their lives. And so as we analyze the response to some of the proposed policies or policies that are actually being implemented from his supporters, people who voted for him, that's an important thing to keep in mind, which is a lot of them really hear him say stuff and go, I don't think he's serious about that, which is not what they should do, obviously.
Do you find it really boring not getting under the influence from time to time, at least from weed, alcohol, occasionally, lift weights, exercise, have hobbies, but still too? No. Ugh. I rarely genuinely enjoy being high. That's why I've never gotten addicted to weed or alcohol or anything. I just don't enjoy those sorts of kind of downer, chill, relax kind of highs.
But that's a part of why he was even able to get into power. So this time we've analyzed it a lot with tariffs and sort of either people not understanding tariffs or not thinking he's going to do the extent of the proposed things that he's laid out. So it's probably not going to cause these price increases when it will. And so we're not doing that again. Today, I want to talk about the Department of Education. Trump has repeatedly said that he wants to get rid of altogether the Department of Education and dismantle it completely, abolish it. A reminder of that is as follows. Another reminder, make sure to click the subscribe button if you appreciate this channel. We have started just for extra stories so that it doesn't get too clogged up all on one channel. We started a second channel actually for extra little bonus stories for the avid viewers. Link in the description. It's called Beasley After Hours. I unbutton the shirt. Not really. Get a cocktail and do some extra stories.
It'll be great. You know, I'm going to take the Department of Education, close it in Washington, let the states run their own education.
So whether it be getting rid of the...
No, I hate alcohol. You've never done cannabis the right way, get some exotic flower. You realize we have dispensaries here, right? I can get any kind of weed I want, and I used to have a vape.
The Department of Education, or getting rid of FEMA, or any of the other things, restricting funding to the IRS, another thing Trump wants to do. So often, and I know this is a commonly discussed phenomenon, you'll hear this phrase a lot, but really sit with it because it's crazy that this is the case. Trump is planning to and is implementing policies that don't just hurt people, and that's bad enough, but disproportionately hurt his own voters. And that's what I want to get into, starting with an anecdote of a teacher and or a principal, I should say, who voted for Trump, but is talking about how devastating this could be for her. And I have all the sympathy in the world, but why are you voting for him, but you don't think he's going to do the thing that he's going to do? And then we'll zoom out and talk about the data on stuff like this and how Trump could oversee a presidency that, yes, goes after his political enemies and does all these different scary things that hurt everyone, but also is actively undermining the well-being of his own voters specifically and uniquely. Crazy. Here's a really interesting report from CNN that we'll discuss.
Good morning, all you Bulldogs. It is a great day to be a Bulldog.
Bell County, Kentucky.
Almost 80% of our students are underprivileged.
What kind of poverty are you talking about with some of these kids?
You're going to create your own.
I would be confident in saying that when they leave on Friday, they may not eat again until Monday.
For School Superintendent Tom Gambrill, funding is more than just books.
When coal mining was basically eliminated in our area, we've been losing population. When you lose students, you lose funding.
The elementary and middle school principal is Jennifer Blankenship.
Remember, boys and girls, I love you, I believe in you, and I've got your back.
You are acutely aware of money.
Oh, acutely aware of it.
Do you have to be acutely aware?
You do.
Every year of her 28 years as an educator here, Blankenship fought for every dollar for her kids.
How much of this room is funded?
The entire room.
A third of all of Bell County, Kentucky school district funding in 2021 came from federal sources. So this district is listening as incoming President Donald Trump pledges this.
One other thing I'll be doing very early in the administration is closing up the Department of Education in Washington.
Do you remember those videos he would post when we covered them?
HS Diploma donated $2. How do I boost my executive function? Want to become willpower beast like David Goggins or Jocko Willink and wake up at 6 a.m. and just get shit done and work long hours like Elon Musk? Advice like just be more disciplined doesn't really work for me. That doesn't really have anything to do with executive function. Elon Musk is also a lazy fucktard who doesn't really do much. The guy's addicted to Twitter, and people have analyzed how long the guy is on Twitter and how much he could possibly be working. The guy literally uses Twitter so much, it's almost a full-time job. He's basically on Twitter, just scrolling, looking through comments, posting at least 6 hours a day. And that's not even including his fake, like, alt fucking accounts where he pretends to be other people. So he doesn't work that much. He's a lazy, dumb fuck retard. Jocko Willink is... I mean, what does he do? He fucking works out, and then I guess he has some, like, businesses or something he runs. I don't think he's really particularly busy. David Goggins, again, I don't think the guy is particularly busy. Like, he just has social media fame, and he works out. Like, that's just his hobby. So, when you're talking about people who... Like, the people you're talking about, they're either not really disciplined. Elon Musk is not a disciplined person. He doesn't work that much. He's addicted to social media, and he's had to take Ozempic for weight loss. The guy can't even work out and lose weight on his own. David Goggins, like, exercise is literally just his hobby. So he just does his hobby all day. People just have desires, dude, and you'll generally find the type of people who get up at 6 a.m. and work like crazy. They're just following their desires. They may not be in, like, an ideal circumstance where, oh man, I love to get up and go to work and do this for 8 hours straight. But they have, like, a desire to make money. They want to get ahead. They want to, like, improve something. So, my advice to you would be to just follow your desires. You know, everyone has a different set of desires. You don't need to be, like, super wealthy and make a ton of money and be what other people consider productive. You can, like, if your desire is to live a modest life, but just have, like, a lot of free time and focus on your hobbies, you can do that. You don't have to be like anybody else. You don't have to be a part of the stupid fucking society where, I gotta look like I'm rich on social media. I gotta look like I'm working hard. I have to look like I, have a fucking car I can't afford. Just follow whatever your desires are. Live life the way you want to live it. If you want to look a certain way, make a certain amount of money, then just follow those desires. That's really the only advice I have for you. Thanks for the donation, though, dude. Christopher Hatch donated $2. Lol, let me see.
Yeah, hello? This is an officer with ICE doing a routine check. Well, I'm an American citizen. Well, we have questions that'll determine that answer. Okay. How many points are scored in a football game? 6. We want to make America great again. Who's the best female artist? Taylor Swift. All right, last question. Can you say Walmart? Sir, can you say...
Yes, I know. Walmart.
What happens when home...
That wasn't funny. Thanks for the donation, Christopher.
As a side note, and then, like I said, we'll dive into all the substance of this, but spit would be like nearly spilling out of his mouth, and he'd record himself, and this did it. This did it for him.
Washington, D.C., and sending all education and education work and needs back to the states.
What exactly that means for a state like Kentucky is unclear. Trump won this state. In Bell County, 84% voted for Trump, yet it deeply relies on federal funding. And that's not unusual. A CNN analysis found the 15 states that most rely on federal funding for its public schools in 2022 all voted for Trump.
And I voted for President Trump.
I mean, you're an educator. You didn't vote for Trump eliminating federal funds
No, I did not vote for that. I voted for President Trump to make America first again and to improve our lives.
Do you believe that he would cut funding for this county?
I want to say in my heart, absolutely not. I do not think that's what the voters want. If we have federal cuts, then that's going to mean...
Hey VG, if you were to die and have the Kissy to be reincarnated as any animal you would want, what would you pick?
Maybe a parrot. Parrots are pretty cool. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Bigger classroom sizes. I would lose teachers, first and foremost. It's devastating for this school in particular.
If these cuts happen, it'll be awful. It'll be awful.
Let me play a little bit more of this in a second. But did you see that? All...
Well, that's Trump improving the education system.
Homer takes Bart to a discipline camp. The episode starts with Principal Skinner noticing that the school's steam radiators are having a problem.
What the F minus?
Chaos immediately ensues, affecting the whole school. Skinner learns that Bart is behind it, so he proposes to send him to a modification camp. Unfortunately, Bart's on the no-fly list, so Homer has to drive him, missing a free Vegas trip with his friends. On the other hand, Marge and Lisa attempt to host a yard sale, but their efforts fall flat, until expired medication becomes an unexpected bestseller for them. However, it doesn't take long for the police to grow suspicious. Meanwhile, Bart and Homer's road trip is anything but peaceful. Bart attempts an escape and nearly leaves Homer stranded on a cliff. In a twist of events, Homer manages to restrain Bart and send him to camp before heading off to reunite with his friends in Vegas. But guilt gnaws at Homer and he soon returns to pick up Bart. Later that day, Lisa receives
So, Wall Street is panicking. They can't dump Elon Musk fast enough. That's the subject of today's video.
Yeah, I was looking more into DeepSeek. DeepSeek might be legit. The one thing that makes me suspicious, though, is it's a language model, so they could... It's probably one of the easiest things to fake. But it seems like it's probably legit. I don't know how the fuck they did it.
Would you still swear as a parrot? Parrots swear in real life, you know.
Yeah, I'd swear as a parrot. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Video, and check out this headline. X-Debt shopped with $6 billion sweetener from Elon Musk's AI bet. So what's going on? What's going on is Elon Musk owes Wall Street a whole bunch of money on the Twitter deal, and they're trying to basically dump that debt onto other people. And they're trying to convince other people that Elon is good for the money. But I question that because I think Elon is way over leveraged. And this is something that both him and Donald Trump do quite a bit. They overestimate, they over sort of brag, or they overhype themselves, and they get themselves into really big holes. And the question I would pose to you is, do you think Twitter/X is growing, declining, or staying about the same? There was recently a leaked email from Elon Musk. They're saying from Elon Musk, they're barely breaking even and revenue's not that great. And this is sort of what Wall Street's trying to do now. They got this turd, basically, and they're trying to polish it up by telling everyone, guys, if you just take on Elon's, Musk debt, he's good for the money, and he's investing in AI, which is the future, bro. Now, this is where it gets crazy, because just today with the headlines, and if you've been following the headlines, I think you guys know what's going on here. China, they just released their DeepSeek, which basically ruptured all of Wall Street today because they came in cheaper, they use less power, and it's open source. This is basically destroying a lot of the investments that were going on in Wall Street and all the hype this year. And Elon Musk was also trying to ride that wave of AI hype, and this whole sort of bubble is about to pop. This is the headline also with that. It says, big tech faces heat as China's DeepSeek sows doubts on billion-dollar spending. And on top of that, remember, Elon Musk is pissing off customers all around the world with Tesla and with his whole Twitter thing. Like, for example, this is in Germany. There was these people who, I think they're called Digital Donkey or LED Donkey, something like that. And they posted a projection of Elon Musk giving the, we'll say it, the Heil mustache guy, you guys can see right there, on the Tesla factory. And it said Heil Tesla. On top of that, right, Elon Musk has been called out by several groups recently for speaking at the AfD, which is the far-right political group in Germany. And he's getting involved in German politics, which is nuts. He gets involved in Canada politics, UK politics, Australia politics, and of course, he bought the American presidency. So this guy's all over the map. Wall Street's trying to dump him, right? And they're trying to basically, again, polish the turd by saying, well, he's going to be like a leader in AI. But it's a massive, massive problem for Wall Street when they find out, essentially, right? We realize this is all a ruse, because as you guys know, as we just talked about with China's DeepSeek that just came out, it comes in cheaper, could use less power, and may end up being better. This is some of the headlines coming out today, and I hope these guys all make sense. Stock sell-off gets ugly as AI jitters jolt trading markets. You also got this. Bullish tech traders made record wrong way ETFs before rout. And you have this. NVIDIA ETF complex faces moment of truth as levered bets plunge. So what's going on? We've been reading this and following this the last couple of days. A lot of retail investors were jumping.
HS diploma donators. Dave Asprey used to be a very unproductive person until he discovered modafinil. Then he started working crazy hours in his IT job and made TED Talk speeches. He also combined that with bulletproof coffee and keto. He says modafinil has no side effects. Dave Asprey is a lying grifter, and I wouldn't trust a single thing that guy says. He just lies constantly, makes shit up just so that he can make money and sell people bullshit. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Are you kidding me? Elon Musk really posted that on a billboard. Excuse me, I'm just going to leave this here.
Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
In basically at the top. That's the best way to put it. They're jumping in at the top. This actually was something by Yardini we talked about recently. They're one of the hedge funds that basically pointed this out, that when you see a lot of foreign retail investors come in like in mass because they're panicking their local markets, and they're like, oh, I'm going to retreat to the USA market, and USA market's been going up like crazy the last couple of years, so therefore it must keep going up forever. The last time that sort of things happened was it the dot-com bubble in 2000 at the very top, and also to the great financial crisis at the very top. So this is the question that I keep posing is, are we looking at the largest crash in history? We have a combination of dot-com bubble plus great financial crisis. And that's what I think. That's just my opinion. You got the AI craze, you got the crypto craze, you have the whole Elon Musk craze, because it's a big part of it. Tesla is the most popular retail stock. And on top of that, you have to understand that Elon Musk's wealth is based on the price of the stock, which is really, really volatile. And then he borrows money, right? Lives on lines of credit to buy influence, right? So this whole thing is a house of cards. And so that's why I have to point out this sort of deal right here, right? Where Wall Street's like, hey, you got to take Elon Musk's debt. He's good for the money. He's good for the money. And this is my understanding of the $13 billion debt on Twitter. I think they have to pay like $1 billion a year in interest. And yes, you heard that correctly, $1 billion a year on interest. That's actually really, really a lot. This is actually more to talk about this stuff. It says a tech sector plunges as Wall Street's fears over stretched stock valuations intensify. Basically, everything's overvalued right now. And it all relates to AI. So when ChatGPT was launched, you guys can see the calendar/chart here. That was around January 2023. The market has been going up. We've been on this crazy frenzy, and everyone's like, bro, AI is the future. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be the best thing, the best thing since the internet. And I've questioned this thing the whole time, because I think one of the fundamental problems with AI and this whole sort of craze is that its basic premise is this thing theoretically someday will be better than humans, right? We're going to make this AGI, was that artificial general intelligence. And if you're, quote, better than humans, that means you're replacing humans. And so then I guess humans don't have a job anymore, right? Do you guys see the fundamental problem with this? And one of the other the two major issues is, one is like just regular people are like, hey, I kind of like have a job. Could you please give me?
All you need to do is pay people for the productivity that the AI is doing. All you need to do.
Give me a job, stop firing me, please pay me more, these kind of things. And like now we're spending a bunch of money to replace people. You're going to have a lot of social unrest. And also too, you have power needs. Now, the whole China DeepSeek thing really flips everything on its head, because it sort of exposes that Wall Street might have been, or you could say could have been, or definitely did, whatever you want to read it, that they definitely put billions of dollars in this thing, and maybe it's not as good as advertised. Maybe you don't need that really expensive NVIDIA chips that everyone keeps telling you need. And maybe the Americans aren't necessarily going to win this AI game. It's just thrown a lot of things into question. I want to go over a couple things also. Check this out. This is NVIDIA. And if you guys have been following this story, because I know a lot of people follow the Elon Musk and Tesla story, but may not necessarily other companies in the market. NVIDIA has been one of the darlings of the market this year. Basically, they make a bunch of chips, right? And the model has been, okay, if you want to have these AI things, and Elon Musk company would, try and invest in this kind of stuff as well, is they're all going to be in data centers, okay? And these data centers is you're going to send your data back and forth across the internet, and these chips are so fast, and the AI's, got this huge need for compute that's the only way that you can do it. And so all the companies are like, oh, well, that's the only way I can do it. And NVIDIA's the only chips in the world that I can buy that can do it, then I have to buy that one. And they kept pumping this, bubble over and over and over again. But what if it turns out like there's a different way to do it? What if you don't need ChatGPT? What if Elon Musk company X, and I guess he's calling it Grok, doesn't work that well? What if it turns out is China and DeepSeek that's actually going to take everyone else's cake and eat it, I guess you should say. This is why everything is selling off right now. It's calling into question like all of these like crazy billion-dollar investments. You get these kind of headlines. NVIDIA's $560 billion DeepSeek route is largest in market history. I'll actually show you a chart here. These are the biggest single-day market cap losses. This one is massive, wow. 560 billion. So that was just today, January 27th, 2025. The last big move in NVIDIA stock to the downside was 279 billion. That was like September 3rd, 2024. This represents, that's why I showed you this earlier.
Hello VG. How are you today? Do you think having micro pigs contributes to designer breeding? What's your opinion on that?
Isn't the micro pig thing all fake? Like there's no such thing as micro pigs? People who just want to sell baby pigs just make up this bullshit about, oh, it'll never get any bigger, and then they end up becoming like 600 pounds? I thought that was all bullshit. Well, we know he's on ketamine. Yeah, he's on ketamine. Thanks for the donation, though, Wandering Mason.
Headlines of there's a lot of people who are leveraged into this. Basically, it means you have a lot of different ways these days, because this is sort of how it is. Everyone's making these ETFs that are like 2x, 3x leverage funds, right? You're borrowing money to buy stock that is hyped up. That's what this whole thing is. So I said it's kind of like the great financial crisis plus .com bubble put together. And then on top of that, like we're all able to do this stuff on our phones. Like it's 24/7 crazy stock trading. Now it's not only just the NVIDIA stocks that are in question. It's not all just the Tech stocks, the Magnificent Seven, you want to call it. Energy stocks have been going down as well, because remember the bet before is that we're all going to be using these data centers, right? All buy NVIDIA chips, and they're going to eat a lot of energy. But what if we don't need so much energy? What if we can just download the source code DeepSeek for free and put it on our local computer and just use our regular, hardware? It doesn't have to be NVIDIA. That changes the whole equation. Even actually, this is really interesting. Even Meta, so that's the Facebook people, right? Even Meta's chief AI. So this is, I think his name is Jan LeCun. I always get his name wrong. He had an interesting statement about this. Let me read what he had to say. He says here, it's not that China's AI is, quote, surpassing the US, but rather that, quote, open source models are surpassing proprietary ones, right? So the idea that open source, free, we can all look at the code, etc. Maybe you can't charge like crazy amounts of money for these things. It was just recently, I think OpenAI, I think the standard sort of subscription is like $20 a month, but then I think recently they announced like a more corporate one or business one, I can't really call it, and it's like $200 a month, something like that. And lately also as well, these AI things have been trying to introduce more products. The latest ones were like the video editing kind of apps. And that's the question, like, are people willing to pay for said things? What if you could just get it for free? And especially in a downturn of a market, hey, I'm taking the free one. I don't know about you guys. This is actually a quote from someone in our community. This is from Bruceris. Bruceris says, containment breeds innovation. The West needs to understand the Chinese.
Actually, micro pigs are animal abuse. They are often starved by their breeders so they won't grow any larger.
Right, well, thanks for explaining that. Appreciate the donation, Dodo.
Survival culture. The more you contain, the harder they will innovate. Collaboration, not
That is not true at all. I don't know where the fuck he got that idea. Yeah, the reason China has been so behind in technology for the longest time is because of things like, trade sanctions and shit.
confrontation the way to go for overall benefit of humanity. And in fact, Jan would agree with that too. Jan's quote would be, they came up with new ideas. He's talking about the Chinese company. They came up with new ideas and built them on top of other people's work because their work is published in open source. Everyone can profit of it. That is the power of open resource and open source. If you guys don't know my particular story, I actually used to work in China. I used to teach at Tsinghua University, which is often called the MIT of China. It's a top school in the country. I write about this stuff in my book. You can check it out. But this is something that I've known for quite a long time, is that China's going to catch up very, very quickly. And this is a really big wake-up call for Wall Street, the techs, and frankly, your Elon Musk, because it's
Yeah, the reason China is catching up in the AI race is because they're just investing a fuck ton of money into it. The Xi Jinping has just been convinced that he can end up using AI to basically control the world and, spread his fascist government. So they've just been investing a fuck ton of money on it. And because they're Chinese, they've probably been stealing a lot of the technology as well. How many fucking cyber attacks have they committed against the US in the last decade? So they, in all likelihood, have just been stealing a fuck ton of the software, technology, shit like that. And they're also investing a fuck ton of money into the AI thing.
It's kind of funny because Elon Musk has been, telling everyone that his Tesla company is going to grow 50% a year forever, but it's kind of ridiculous because it's a freaking car company, and there's lots of other cars out there in the world, not just Teslas. There's a lot of competition in that space, and more competition basically eats at your margins, right? It's a race to the bottom. And so then he rotated over to Twitter and chased all the advertisers away. He said, "F you to advertisers," if you don't know. And this was actually a funny thing because advertisers actually then started dropping, and then Elon Musk even sued advertisers for not advertising on his platform. And the joke we were all making is when's Elon Musk going to start suing all of us for not buying Teslas? Wait, just wait, he might. This is an interesting headline where people are really
Do you invest in and/or trade Bitcoin or other crypto? Why or why not?
I don't. I bought a little bit of Bitcoin a while ago. I think it was $500 worth. And I ended up selling it to get a VR headset. There have been so many scandals with cryptocurrency, like FTX and everything, and there's all these bullshit meme coins, and I just see so many fucking degen crypto bros saying, I made $3 million, and the way they made $3 million is from putting in a couple grand in these worthless fucking cryptocurrencies that ended up just getting pumped and dumped. And they were just lucky enough to get in early enough to, make money off of these scams. So I don't know. There just hasn't been... Like, I'm not somebody who likes gambling. So if I were to invest in a cryptocurrency, it would have to be like a sensible long-term thing, which kind of seems difficult in the crypto space. Casper and Cardano seem good. Isaac's been telling me Cardano is worthwhile to get into. I'll probably get into it soon, but yeah, just, you know, haven't been super motivated with all the retarded shit in the crypto space. But thanks for the donation, Jason Casper. Appreciate it. Yeah, it's a big donation, 150. Thanks a lot, dude.
Interested in this new China DeepSeek thing. It says traffic to China's DeepSeek surged from 300K to 6 million visits. So yes, people are going to this thing like crazy. And again, this pops the bubble that Wall Street is trying to sell you Elon Musk, that he's good for the money. And yeah, he's going to be the most innovative person in AI. You should totally buy his debt. I think this whole DeepSeek thing really puts that into question. On top of that, you're looking at a problem with earnings among the big tech companies because it also shows that, you know, maybe there's other companies out there. I've talked about this several times on the channel. I'm a big fan of Lena Khan over at the FTC. Basically, she was looking into these big companies like your Microsofts or your Amazons, etc., saying, hey, you're doing monopoly style practices. You're pushing out, you know, the little guy essentially. And I'll give you an example. So for example, on my iPhone, or say if you're into Microsoft, they've already chosen, like, OpenAI is going to be our, you know, AI partner and integrate it into the products. Like, you don't have a choice. It's kind of like when you go to your phone or get a computer for the first time, and the default browser is whatever they choose, right? You actually, and you can change in a way, but just the average user is not going to do that. And is that a monopoly style practice? Now, FTC, Lena Khan would say yes, but Donald Trump, you know, coming in, there's like, oh, we got to get rid of regulations, right? And that's the same thing that Musk wants as well. They want to get rid of any kind of regulations or any kind of oversight so that their oligarch buddies can basically have these like no bid contracts, do monopoly style practices, and push other smaller companies and other countries out. So this China DeepSeek thing is like a really big deal because, again, they're coming in cheaper, they're coming in open source, and you don't necessarily have to buy those expensive, you know, NVIDIA chips. And whether or not the software is better or not, who knows? We're going to find out as people dig through the open source and try it for themselves. I'm showing you this chart because this shows how also the profits are, you know, essentially cooling off for many of these tech companies, and you know, essentially it doesn't justify the valuations, meaning that we're pricing the stocks way too high compared to how much money the companies make. I want to show you this. This is actually a really funny thing as well, where, you know, Elon Musk exposed himself all the time, because I'm tying together with the markets. You have to understand, Elon Musk is the figurehead of the markets. It's kind of like, how can I say, he's like the icon of hubris, right? The icon of big tech hubris. 14 hours ago, he says fatalism for the win, and I guess he's you know, retweeting someone else bragging that Elon Musk is really high rank in this game called Path of Exile 2. And then gamers have actually fact checked him. You can see here, readers add context, and this is the fact check. While the account has reached rank 3, this is not Elon Musk's accomplishment. He has admitted to paying somebody else to play the account for him. The account was actively playing the game while Elon was attending Trump's inauguration. Oh, I didn't know about that. Actually, so a couple with David Sachs, Peter Thiel. If you don't know, they all have South African connections. So David Sachs, he was born in South Africa, so was Musk. And then Peter Thiel, although he was born in Germany, he actually spent time in South Africa.
Yeah, spending $5 on lottery tickets every couple weeks is not the same thing as like throwing away $2,000 on some like worthless crypto, which is basically a penny stock that you're hoping will, you know, 10x in value. Forgot my namification on each letters. My doc said he doesn't like compounding pharmacies. He mentioned he's had patients who got specifically semaglutide prescriptions that had so little they didn't do anything. He gave me a script for Lamera and Topamax. All right. That's actually surprising that people have gone to compounding pharmacies and they've gotten very, very low doses because it's very easy to make. Like, it's extremely cheap. So that's surprising that they'd be getting medication that's massively underdosed. Usually you see that sort of thing with expensive exotic compounds, but semaglutide's very cheap and easy to produce. Thanks for the donation. Forgot my namification. Johnny H, donate $2. Can you do a prayer to the vegan god of gains that I get the willpower to go fully vegan before 2025 ends? Because right now I'm only like 65% plant-based. Prayer is for weak beta male faggots. Prayer is nothing but weak words. So the only thing that will make you vegan is by actually doing it. Prayer is nothing but inaction. Thanks for the donation, Johnny H.
I found a love for me. Oh darling, just dive right in. Follow my lead. Well, I found VG. Beautiful and sweet. Oh, I never knew you were the someone waiting for me. 'Cause we were just kids when we fell in love, not knowing what it was.
All right. Thanks for the donation, Ed Sheeran.
Prayer is for Lucy Eat.
It is. It absolutely is. Thanks for the donation, Nut Muffin.
As a kid. So all these people are kind of about the same age, have these connections, and they have sort of similar type of bro or broly art culture, if you want to say it that way. Now, all the tech companies are going to try to tell you everything's fine. There's nothing to worry about. You know, we're still awesome. We're still American companies. And in fact, we should dump more money to the bros. This is a quote from David Sacks. So this is actually Trump's, he calls him the crypto and AI czar. And again, this is one of Musk's buddies. David Sacks says, DeepSeek RI, so that's, or R1, that refers to the China DeepSeek thing, shows that the AI race will be very competitive and that President Trump was right to rescind the Biden EO, which hamstrung American AI companies without asking whether China would do the same. Obviously not. I'm confident in the USA, but we can't be complacent. So what they're going to do, they're basically going to keep asking for people, hey guys, you know, we just got to give more and more tax dollars to, you know, data centers. We got to keep buying, you know, Elon Musk companies. They're going to save us. He's awesome, right? And this is sort of where it comes into question, right? And people in our community do see it. Paul had a really funny comment today. It says here, a case of my AI scam is bigger than yours. It's like, exactly. And I want to be further frame this thing. You know, I don't think, just my opinion, you can have a different opinion in mind than if you like. I don't necessarily trust that, you know, China's DeepSeek thing is the solution to everything. I'm just not a big fan of this AI stuff. I just see it as like, you know, just a different type of Google search. Is it going to revolutionize everything, replace everyone's jobs? I just think there's too much of...
This guy's an idiot. Like, just monstrously fucking stupid if he thinks, oh, it's just like Google search. That is so fucking stupid.
A human element that if you're talking about like automating everything, what are people going to do? And I just think that's just too much social upheaval. The energy thing is an interesting...
That is so retarded. Like... This is like saying, oh, if we make cars, what are people going to do? Like, nobody's going to be able to ride horses anymore, and then horse breeders are going to go away. Like, oh, if we make the internet, then what'll happen to libraries? What are people going to do for work? It's so stupid. Like, every single technology we've made has been designed to reduce the amount of work we need to do for a given amount of productivity. You could make this case for every single piece of technology ever fucking made. That is just monstrously idiotic. Wandering Mason donated $3. Let me see.
I'm not gonna be a mule. I got something to do. I gotta go do boom, boom, boom. Don't worry about it. Why? You're getting nervous, man. Just calm down. It's okay. I'm beginning to see why your wife left you. You're a lying dog-faced pony soldier. So I'd take you behind the gym and beat the hell out of you. Come on. Come on. You're gonna die. I'm not gonna...
That's a good one. Thanks for the donation, Wandering Mason.
One, if DeepSeek can actually solve that problem, like...
You know any research that supports this controversial Dr. Mike take? Also, did Elon give a Nazi salute or some weird gesture?
Yeah, I basically did.
What's going on with alcohol? Should we drink it or not?
To be honest, I never leave the house sober. If you have 4, 5, 6 drinks a day, it's going to have an effect on long-term health. But if a little bit of alcohol gets you into the unplugging, stress-reducing mindset frame that you're going to carry through the rest of that evening, that 3 hours of super low stress, body and mind, sympathetic nervous system goes down, parasympathetic, the relaxation part kicks up. If that gets you there, then that 3 hours every day of super relaxed being is such a huge health promoting factor that the alcohol to get you there is worth the trip.
Oh my god. He is retarded. He is actually out of his fucking mind stupid. Wow. This guy has no fucking clue. Okay. Never, ever, ever listen to fucking Mike Israetel on drugs. Holy shit, he is out of his fucking mind delusional. There's research on this. There is literally no amount of alcohol that has any health benefits. Like literally, the more alcohol you consume, the more likely you are to die. There has never been found a beneficial amount of alcohol. So people who have like 1 little glass of wine per night, they have a higher risk of fucking dying than people who have no alcohol at all. What he just said is completely unscientific fucking nonsense. The exact opposite is true. Like, this guy is just a fucking crackpot. So, this guy has an issue with steroid addiction, and he's talked about how he constantly has, like, roid rage, wants to fucking murder people, feels miserable all the fucking time. I think he has the stupid idea because he's extraordinarily biased. He gets such a huge relief from doing things like cannabis. Or other like recreational drugs that like calm you down, that he's like deluded himself into thinking, oh, this must be beneficial for me. But oh my god, this is the stupidest fucking take I've ever seen from him by far, and he said some stupid shit. Like he said sleep is better than steroids. Like, never ever take any drug advice from this guy. He is a fucking delusional moron. Holy shit. When the fuck was this posted? Yeah, like a couple weeks ago. Wow, he's an idiot. I had no idea he was like that stupid. Yeah, this guy is just an absolute imbecilic moron. But yeah, Elon Musk did like a Nazi salute thing. People are freaking out about it. Thanks for the donation, Josh Dill.
777,777.
Let me take a look. Oh my god.
You.
Oh, look how handsome. Oh my goodness, look at his little kitty paws. Oh my god. Whoa. Look how sentient. Oh my god.
The love of my life.
Oh, look at little Joey. Oh my god, that's a good cat. Thanks for the donation, Diva Now. I have a kitty right here, too. He just sat on my lap. Yeah, it's hilarious how Mike has a PhD, and he says such stupid shit like that. Oh, because alcohol relaxes you? It's actually good for you. Oh my god, this is a guy with a PhD education. Dude, school is a fucking waste of time. If you can get a PhD degree in, like, what's his degree in? Like, it's exercise science, sports physiology, crap like that. And then at the end of it, you think alcohol is good for you because, well, it helps me relax. Holy crap, what a fucking idiot. Just deranged nonsense.
Trump destroyed California Democrats like I destroyed your mom's butthole.
Mr. President, without your help, they're only going to get $43,000 from the federal government, even if they have a half
Well, you know,
$1 million
you did something,
loss.
Brad, where every insurance company in the country left California. That's why you have no insurance, because you made it so impossible. People that think like you made it so impossible. And you know,
Brad, me,
every
Mr.
insurance
President,
company.
I don't know.
They're just taking, like, it's just a high-risk area where the losses are too high. It doesn't really have anything to do with the corporate environment. It's just the losses are too high for them to have a sustainable business.
I don't know what
I'll tell you this.
about my thinking.
I've never seen a state where almost nobody has insurance. And I said, what happened? And they said,
Okay. Thanks for the donation, Pussy Lips. Forgotten at my namification on Utilitarians. The compounding pharmacy I contacted gave me an offer for $200 for a month's supply. I paid $36 for my scripts for both of them, so good deal, I guess. Well, are you getting the medication, like, through your insurance plan? Because, like, yeah, I mean, if you're getting medication paid mostly through your insurance, you're going to pay less out of pocket. Thanks for the donation, though. Forgot my namification.
It's 2021 all over again. 7 hippopotamus, 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 7 hippopotamus. Also fuck, marry, kill. Andrew Huberman PhD, Mike Israetel PhD, Lex Fridman PhD.
Definitely kill Lex Friedman. Fuck Mike Israetel, marry Andrew Huberman, I guess. I hate Andrew Huberman. Like, can't stand the guy. Mike Israetel is just fucking retarded, but I hate Lex Friedman more than any of the three. Thanks for the donation, Jesscade. Do you agree that Benny Johnson is a stupid Trump dick rider? Well, yeah. The guy is absolutely fucking retarded. Wandering Mason donated $3. Let me see.
Previously on Jovakin. What the f***?
You're finally awake.
Where the hell am I?
Stolen that horse and been halfway to Hammerfell. A Nord's last thoughts should be of home.
Let's get this over with.
Let's get what over with?
No, wait, we're not rebels. Face your death. Courage, thief. You've got to tell them we weren't with you. This is a mistake.
Step towards the block when we call your name. One at a time.
Hey, horse thief. Let's make a break for it. When they call your name, I'll distract them and you can make a run for it.
All right, I'm trusting you, old man.
You're a truly honorable man, horse thief.
We've only got one shot at this. I know you won't let me down.
You're absolutely right, only one shot. That's all we got, just that one shot. Or did I get 2 shots?
Bailoff of Riverwood.
Or was it 3? And what about the booster? Where's that son of a bitch Fauci when you need it?
Now is the time, old man. Go! You're not gonna kill me!
Archers!
Oh shit, I forgot about the distraction.
Anyone else feel like running?
Well, considering you're gonna kill me anyway, what have I got to lose?
Who are you?
My name is Joe Biden, but you've got to listen to me. I think I may be in some sort of alternate universe. I was supposed to be going for nap time, and now I'm here with all you people. I'm very scared. At first, probably just worried that word belongs. At least I can rest peacefully knowing I led the honorable life of a career.
This way!
Now's my only chance. Well, here goes nothing. Geronimo, my back.
Yeah, this isn't funny. That muffin, Donatello's thought it was cut out of context. No, he says drink 3 hours a day if you need to. He didn't say drink 3 hours a day. He said if you get 3 hours of relaxation from having a drink, then it's good for you. But that's still a remarkably stupid claim. Thanks for the donation, Nut Muffin.
Like, hey, we don't need as much energy as previously thought, but we're going to find out. And that's why we're tracking this stuff together. Here's another comment from the community. People who sold Twitter won a lottery. If you don't know, it's hard to know what the value of Twitter is because it's a private company. We don't know their books. We get rumors from stuff every now and then. And we all know that Elon Musk overpaid for a thing. Would he pay like $55 billion or something like that? And so now that, Wall Street's trying to package all that Twitter debt and sell it to other people and say, hey, you're also buying, awesome, AI innovation. It just really says a lot about markets. Now, you're also probably wondering, okay, what else is Musk up to? How can you connect all these other things? Elon Musk is pushing this Doge stuff. If you guys don't know, that's basically cut government spending, cut regulations. So why would he want to do that? You want to do that when you want to basically make it so that, you don't have to report crash data from Tesla, or you don't have to report your financials or anything going on over Twitter. Like, you just don't want any government oversight. You want to hide things. And lately he's been, they now have a website. It's a government website they call Department of Government Efficiency. And their slogan is the people voted for major reforms. And according to Elon Musk, he says, join the Doge service, the USDS. The Doge team is looking for world-class talent to work long hours, identifying and eliminating waste, fraud, and abuse. These are full-time salary positions for software engineers, InfoSec engineers, and other technology professionals. But again, really what it is they want looking for ways to cut oversight and regulators so their companies can operate in secrecy. This also shows you what Elon Musk is thinking about these days. Just a few hours ago, he's tweeting about how a lot of Americans are taking antidepressants. And essentially, if you're Musk, because he takes this kind of stuff, in your mind, like this
He's on fucking ketamine. He's saying antidepressants are overprescribed when he's on fucking ketamine, which is kind of a radical treatment for depression. This guy is such a fucking, tool, dude.
The stuff that he thinks about daily, he sort of, how can I say, he puts it out there in public. So I'll say one thing about Musk. He's transparent in a way, that he basically brain farts all day, every day. And so, he's thinking about video games. He's worried about the media fact-checking him, and he's talking about antidepressants nonstop. You can see it right there. And then when you want to get into what's going on in the economy, the housing market is pretty insane as well. It looks like the Fed is probably not going to cut rates. So that means your mortgages are still a bit high. There are new houses on the market. As this headline says, housing markets hit a key level not seen since 2009. So I guess there's a bunch of new homes out there, but they're priced too high for regular people to afford, and they can't get affordable mortgages. And so many of the housing companies, the home builders, they have to give incentives, and I think they're cutting prices by 5% or something like that. But that may eat on their margins, and that is a theme that you're seeing throughout the markets. And on top of that, you're seeing more and more boycotts of Teslas. This was a recent one from Poland. One of the Polish ministers is like, yo, we can't buy Tesla. if you have any, human respect, you can't buy Tesla. And this is, that was from Poland. And we'll see if other countries in Europe come out as well. That's why I showed you guys the projection over in Germany. And then you got Elon Musk tweeting out and kind of bragging in a way that Donald Trump is a gangster. In my opinion, and I think it's a pretty safe opinion. Oh, well, you can have a different opinion if you like. I don't necessarily really want, the leader of the United States, as being a gangster or a casino owner. And that's essentially what I guess people are celebrating. Oh yeah, Trump owned casinos. That's awesome. I want to turn America into a casino. I want to turn your retirement, Social Security into a casino. That's exactly what I want, right? Or people are like, oh yeah, gangster. I totally trust a gangster, yeah. and that's why we go back to, when you realize that Musk is behaves like a character in a video game, yeah, it's fun and to laugh about and it's fun in fantasy world, but in the real world, not so great. And again, this is essentially what Wall Street's trying to dump onto you is Elon Musk's debt, telling you it's good for the money, and hey, he's going to be awesome at AI. So I want to hear your thoughts about this. What do you think about
This guy doesn't really know jack shit about AI.
Dan McClellan, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much for having me, Alex. I appreciate it.
What do people get most wrong about using the Bible in order to instruct how we live today, our ethical ideas, our practices, that kind of stuff?
There's an awful lot, but I think the thing that undergirds probably the majority of the misuse of the Bible in order to try to instruct behavior is the presupposition of univocality, the notion that it all speaks from one single unified perspective and with one single unified voice, meaning that it can't ever disagree with itself. And I think that is distorting, because if you are presupposing that there is always a single answer to every question in the Bible and it all agrees with itself, in order to actually overcome the pluriformity and the disagreement that's actually in the Bible, you have to impose some kind of unified framework on it. And that's and because a lot of that is going on subconsciously, that overwhelmingly is going to result in you reading what you want into the Bible. You're going to give priority to the passages that agree with your worldview and your identity politics. And then those that don't, those that complicate or undermine your worldview or your identity politics, you're going to reinterpret them. You're going to subordinate them to the passages that you're centering. You're going to ignore them. And ultimately, you're going to read into the Bible what you want to get out of the Bible. I think that's a product of that presupposition of univocality that is so common, not only among folks who are believers in the Bible, but even when folks who are not believers in the Bible try to engage folks who are believers in the Bible, there's always there's a tendency to kind of operate from that presupposition of univocality, which I think is problematic in a lot of ways.
I'm confused by this, though, because I thought 2 Timothy 3:16 told us that all scripture is inspired by God, right? Like that everything in the Bible must be, in some sense at least, divinely inspired.
Well, and there are a bunch of issues that go into that as well, because in addition to presupposing univocality and here inerrancy, I mean, you have to presuppose that 2 Timothy 3:16 is itself inspired and accurate in order for it to apply to the rest of the text. There was no such thing as the Bible when 2 Timothy 3:16 was composed. The Bible wouldn't exist for centuries later.
Forgot my namification on tillers. Yeah, they're through my insurance. Doctor said I probably wouldn't be able to get semaglutide script paid for by insurance. Yeah, unless you're very overweight and diabetic, they probably wouldn't do that. I don't have diabetes or family history of it. My blood pressure is pretty good. My BMI is only 29%. I think you mean 29. Isn't a BMI of 29 fairly high? Ugh. Yeah, 29 is considered overweight, but 30 would be considered obese, so you're like nearly obese. I'll update you if you want. Well, I mean, as long as you lose weight. Thanks for the donation, forgot my namification. Forgot my namification, Donny Tillers. Yeah, it's high, but not high enough to qualify. Yeah. Like, really, semaglutide's extremely cheap. It's just that in the United States, it's extremely expensive because of your stupid private healthcare system. And that's why no insurance companies are willing to cover it. Really, for people who are, you know, overweight, they shouldn't have an issue getting prescribed semaglutide. Thanks for the donation, though. Forgot my namification. Dodo, donate $2. Nah, nigga. RFK Jr. is getting through. Less sure about Tulsi. Read comments.
Are we in a quorum call?
We are.
I ask consent it be suspended.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. President, in 2018, I had the opportunity to visit Venezuela. It was a once prosperous, albeit imperfect, democracy suffering from terrible economic and political decline. I told then President Maduro that if he rigged the upcoming...
Lies. RFK Jr. has said many times that he's not against vaccinations. Do you think if, like, a Muslim were to tell this guy Islam is a religion of peace, he'd believe it? Like, oh, how could he be lying? He said he's not lying. As an Illinois resident, I pray for Dick Durbin's health every day. I pray he is fully COVID vaccinated and at least triple boosted. Oh my god, dude. He's not against vaccines. He's literally claimed every vaccine, like, kills people.
Election, Venezuelans would be even more isolated and endure further unnecessary descending into chaos. By nations, but many of them came to the United States. I know and send them back. For example, Venezuela held another presidential election during which the regime arbitrarily blocked leading opposition candidates from the ballot and tried to undermine the electoral process and refused to recognize the legitimate election results. It announced, Maduro regime announced, that it had won. Maybe the bill will be a reminder that this is a good idea. Lastly, I appeal to our democratic allies in the region, including the democracies Robert Kennedy Jr., There is no vaccine that is safe and effective. This man who wants to head the agency which develops vaccines and monitors their use said there's not a single vaccine that is safe and effective. He has stated that as recently as July of 2023. Contrary to scientific fact, he has also said that, quote, I do believe that autism does come from vaccines. I've heard this theory and I think about it so many times when I think of my friends and families who are raising autistic children. What a burden, what a responsibility, what an effort they have to put into it to give these young children a chance. And to have this quack theory out there that this has something, their child's problems has something to do with vaccines is cruel. And an outlandish conspiracy manifesto, which he's helped to publish and wrote the foreword for, entitled Cause Unknown. Here's the book. It attempted to link COVID-19 vaccination and deaths in young kids. I'm going to put this up here. It's a picture of the cover of this book with a foreword written by Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who's up for approval as part of the Trump cabinet, head of the HHS. The book's cover has a picture of a young man whose name is Braden Fahey. The only problem, this book, which is called Cause Unknown, The Epidemic of Sudden Deaths, and talks about COVID vaccine, Braden never received a COVID vaccine. This poor little boy died at a football practice due to a malformed blood vessel in his brain. And the book included his photo without the knowledge or consent of his parents, the height of irresponsibility. Mr. Kennedy pushes facts aside when he wants to tell us about his agenda. The Hippocratic Oath for doctors states, first do no harm. But I am fearful that if we put Robert F. Kennedy Jr. in charge of our nation's health, innocent children will die. It's no secret what he would do. Mr. Kennedy himself petitioned the FDA to rescind authorization of all COVID vaccines in 2021. And a key associate of his has petitioned to remove the polio vaccine. Look over here to the pages we have in the Senate. I think of my own experience when I was 4 or 5 years younger than them. It was in the 1950s. We knew polio because we saw kids in our classrooms who were here today and in the hospital tomorrow. They contracted polio. It could be deadly. It could be crippling. It could affect you for the rest of your life. We knew this thing called an iron lung. It looked like a big vat, a big white vat, and the head sticking out at the end of it was this young person who had contracted polio. This iron lung was helping these young kids to breathe and stay alive. We lived in dread of the possibility of coming down with polio. I remember talking about it when my lifetime injected all of us, and it was proven safe, including traveling to Samoa to spread lies about its safety, fueling an outbreak that took 80 lives in Samoa. Before the measles vaccine, 48,000 people were hospitalized each year in the United States, with thousands experiencing life-threatening brain swelling. By 2000, measles was officially declared eliminated because of vaccines. Mr. Kennedy's dangerous anti-science views don't stop with these obvious plus vaccines that have helped America. He has also targeted the fluoride in drinking water. We have been adding tiny bits of in water has changed things for my own children. God forbid we ever encounter another pandemic. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
I don't know. We'll see if RFK Jr. gets through. I mean, again, there is a chance. I think there's a lower likelihood that Tulsi will get through because she's... A lot of people don't like her. But, we'll see. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. 21st, donated $2. These are cherry-picked quotes from RFK Jr. He's clearly stated an innumerable amount of times he is an anti-vax. He is anti-vax. He just supports safe vaccines that are studied. You mean all of them? Yeah, thanks for the donation, dude.
There were scriptures, and that's what is being referred to with the word graphi, writings, scriptures. But the set of texts that would have been indexed by that word scriptures in the time period in which 2 Timothy was written is much different from what we now understand as the Bible. And then we also have the problem of the word in Greek, theopneustos, which means God breathed. The word for inspired in this time period was entheos. And that's used in a bunch of other literature talking about inspiration. But theopneustos in this time period didn't mean inspired in the sense of God is the one who is the origin and the source of all of it. It meant God breathed in the sense of God breathed the breath of life into Adam, making him a living soul or a living being. In other words, it meant life-giving. And there's a wonderful book by a scholar named John C. Poirier called The Invention of the Inspired Text that goes into detail about how we find this word in a bunch of literature from the 1st and 2nd century CE. And it's used to refer to the nation of Israel. It's used to refer to streams of water. It's used to refer to sandals. It's used to refer to ointments that are used to preserve the lifelike features of corpses for the 3 days after death.
What do you think could help build society's trust in the scientific community? Distrust in the scientific community is why bullshit like the carnivore diet is so popular. If scientists develop a drug that makes your penis bigger, then that would fix everything. So if they invented a drug that will literally add inches to your dick, everyone is going to change their view on big pharma and drugs and shit like that. Like if the COVID vaccine made everybody's dick, 2-3 inches bigger. Oh, give me the vaccine, give me the vaccine. I need it. So yeah, if there's a drug or something that's developed that has a very clear, obvious personal benefit, everybody's going to change their tune. Especially if it makes your dick bigger. Dodo donate $2. Can you debate? Keiko and chat. Open the Discord. Who the fuck is that? Are they just a fucking idiot who thinks, oh, yeah, I'm just banning them? They're just spreading anti-vaccine bullshit and chat.
And it's always used in circumstances that suggest the senses life-giving. These things give life, these things preserve life, these things sustain or perpetuate the perception of life in the case of these corpses. It is never used to mean inspired until the 3rd century CE, when we have Origen of Alexandria, probably one of the most influential theologians of the early church, who makes a sustained case for understanding all the scriptures as inspired and quotes this verse dozens of times in doing so. And prior to Origen, it's quoted like 4 or 5 times total among all early Christians. So it also doesn't mean what a lot of people today understand it to mean. But with virtually 2,000 years of tradition understanding it to mean the Bible is inspired, that's a pretty thick interpretive lens that is difficult to remove when we're looking back on this passage and trying to understand what it means. And so despite the fact that it begs the question to say the whole Bible is inerrant because as long as you presuppose the inerrancy of one verse, it's talking about the whole Bible, it's not saying what people think it says.
Yeah, this is near the beginning of your forthcoming book.
Dodo donate $2. Can you still open Discord and debate him because it's entertaining? Also, someone else in chat said they want to talk to you on Discord. I don't know what it's about. I am not going to waste my time with some dipshit who claims vaccines aren't vegan. They're just banned. I don't know if I can, I don't think the problem's fixed with my Discord giving links that don't work, but there you go.
The Bible says
Thanks
so,
for the
which
donation,
links
Dodo.
to information and pre-ordering and all that is in the description. And you open with a discussion of this line, because it never really occurred to me before. We didn't actually spell it out. It's 2 Timothy chapter 3, verse 16, all scripture is God-breathed and is useful for teaching, rebuking, correcting, and training in righteousness, so that the servant of God may be thoroughly equipped for every good work. And like you say, this has traditionally been interpreted as meaning all scripture.
Reminder to everyone, Richard here will not tolerate any anti-vax sign misinformation.
Yes, that is correct. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Is inspired. The inspiration of the Holy Spirit is what guides the authorship of these texts. But it hadn't even occurred to me. Firstly, there's just the word, which, as you say, literally means God-breathed. It's, how do you pronounce it? Theopnosis or theopnosu or something like this?
Well, I use modern Greek pronunciation just because I've worked with a lot of modern Greek speakers. So I pronounce it theopneustos, but others would say theopneustos or something like that.
Yeah, and that last word is like with the P sound there is where we get like, if you think of like the word pneumonia with a P at the beginning of it, coming from like breath, and that word like that word origin, that P and that N together, meaning like breath or spirit in some circumstances, and then theo, like as in theism, as in God, theon, means God breathed. And
Dodo, donate $2. How are you this much of a boomer and you've been using Discord for at least 2 years now? Right click on servers icon, click invite. Yes, and the link hasn't been working, dipshit. I know how to use fucking Discord. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
It doesn't really tell us what that means. And it could just, and like you say, an analysis into other usages of that term seems to imply that it's God-breathed. It seems to imply that it sort of gives life. So that would mean is that what...
Imagino Alex shitting himself on stream like Cyrix Lamau. They both inbred after all.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they're just quiet shits. And kind of just leaks out. Thanks for the donation, SCP Foundation. This Lisa lady is dumb. Donated $2. People keep saying government program, e.g. maternity leave, etc. will increase the reproductive rate when they haven't worked so far. The countries with the highest birth rates are poor and uneducated. This chick is anti-natalist.
I'm going to let an incel explain Project 2025 to y'all. We have a bunch of incels in the White House now, and this is how they think. So let me just make it very clear. This is the reason that Project 2025 is happening. Let's read it together. This was posted in the Natalism subreddit by an incel, and he says that birth rate can never be fixed. It is just female nature. The birth rate can never be fixed without
The birth rate can't be fixed because there's no way to convince people to have more children when it's not in their logical self-interest. So, in poorer countries, having kids allows you to get free work, like on a farm or with some shitty business you have. It's also kind of a retirement plan. Because once you get too old and frail to work, well, your kids can take care of you. So there's logical self-interest to have kids, but here there isn't. It's just an expense. Your kids are never going to take care of you. And yeah, it just makes you poor.
Hello, can you let Keiko off with a warning? She is a new regular in the chat. She's new and didn't know, also she's a lady, so you have to allow for a little handicap. By my honor, I vouch for her clown car driving ass.
No. I don't let people spread vaccine misinformation in my chat. She can make a new account if she wants. Thanks for the donation, Alu.
rolling back women's rights. No, I'm not suggesting this, just playing devil's advocate. I could do an hour-long dissertation.
Oh God, I just hope that Project 2025 never actually passes.
It's looking like it won't. Trump seems to have had a falling out with the evangelical dipshits, and he never cared about evangelical horseshit to begin with. So, it might not. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Dissertation on this first sentence just to begin with, but I won't. Women have always married sideways and up in terms of social status, also not true, but that's okay. When women can work...
That is true. Women generally seek partners that make 30% more income than they have.
and make their own money, they will want a man who makes the same or more. This is just nature. Money doesn't exist in nature, sir, but that's okay. A lot of men are simply...
It does when you're talking about now. I don't know what she thinks nature is. But yeah, we live in a natural world where people make money and women prefer men who make 30% more money than they do.
Simply not going to make the standard of today. True. You need to know that incels realize this. A lot of incels realize they're not going to make the cut to mate with a woman and to create for themselves a quote-unquote legacy. And they're really mad about it because they feel entitled to it. You know where there is a high birth rate? Poor women. Poor women have a lot of men who will make the cut. That's why poor people have more babies. They're not picky. They're not thinking about going to college and then finding a husband who makes as much as them. They don't...
The incel is kinda right too. I am not a misogynist, but women when given free choice often will choose the genetically superior man. It's just natural selection. Monogamy was intended for beta males to contribute to society. Deep down we are still apes.
That's not natural selection, that's sexual selection. And, everyone tries to choose ideal partners. That's not unique for women. But, thanks for the donation, SCP Foundation.
Don't care about all of that. They're fine being poor. Women in the past couldn't work, or the most she could aspire to is being a secretary. They needed a man to survive. Today they can put off marriage and kids and even settle when they're 30 plus, or never settle. Really saying the quiet part out loud, right? Why would she settle at 21 and have 4 babies with some loser when she can get a career and find a winner at 30 who makes the same as her? All this talk about doing this and that to fix the birth rate is ridiculous. You will never convince a woman who has innate talent to not have a career and then find a husband who also has a career. But ladies, just so y'all know, this is...
Generally speaking, women who, like, this is especially true in, like, Asian countries. The only fucking, well, not the only, but the primary reason women end up getting high-paying careers is so that they can find men who make a lot of money, marry them, then quit their job. That's primarily the case. And in countries where it's, like, just socially common, you know, for, like, all these incentives for women to go to school, go into STEM, become doctors, lawyers, all this shit, they actually tend to have a lower rate of getting and maintaining these careers because it's so much easier for them to marry a doctor or a lawyer or something.
That's right, deep down we are all still.
See those monkeys in the trees? They sure do love to swing.
Yes, we are still monkeys. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
This is the game plan. This is Project 2025, right? They want to trap you with these loser men's babies. And they know, these men themselves know that they are losers. They know that they are not making the cut otherwise. They know that they're not making the cut unless women are in dire economic poverty conditions. That is the only time they're going to be able to trap and saddle a woman with 4 children, even though they're a loser, a poor, broke loser. And they're saying that
none of these fucking incels want kids. Like they're not interested in having kids. They just want to get laid. So, it's kind of weird for her to say that. Yeah, nobody, like, millennials, Gen X, Zoomers, like, none of them want kids. These incels are only pointing out that women are trying to date up, and they're at the bottom of the tier list for dating. So they just want to create social circumstances where women will end up dating them. But they have no interest in having kids, so it's just strange that she'd say that. 21st, $22, you can see her nipples through her shirt a little bit. You're an asshole.
the quiet part out loud. They're saying that if women could go their own way, they would, right? All this red pill talk about it's men that go their own way. Women are always trying to trap us. What is this then? Men know damn well that they're the ones that need to trap women. And that's why we have Project 2025 coming down the pike. Because a lot of these capitalist, loser, incel men, the only reason that any women pay attention to them is because they have money. Well, in order to keep making money, guess what they need? They need there to be more people. They need women to be popping out 4 kids or more. So these rich incels have come up with a plan. And it basically boils down to this. The incel thinking, this type of incel thinking is the highest level of thinking that a lot of men.
This is an oxymoron. They're incels, but they get women because they're rich. This is like saying, oh, Brad Pitt's an incel. The only reason he can get laid is because he's extremely good looking, rich, and famous. Like, if you can get laid, you can get laid. If, you know, your selling point is your wealth or your looks or your personality or what have you, you're getting laid. So, by definition, they're not an incel.
Men are even capable of. They're not going to go above this. They're not going to be asking the real questions. They're just going to look at something and then think, how do I force it? How do I conquer it? How do I make it do what I want it to do? And they don't view us as people. They're viewing us as baby making machines. Like, you got to put the machine in a different gear. You got to put it into the poverty gear, right? Otherwise, it's not going to want to pop out babies. Got to put the machine in a state of poverty. And then the machine won't be picky. This is exactly why they're rolling back our rights. Like, I'm telling y'all, these men sat down and they said, we need the worker bees, we need the consumers, we need the warehouse employees, we need people's children so we can send them to war. Otherwise, this whole system falls apart without women, and without women being forced to be indiscriminate, or without.
I don't even know what the fuck she's talking about. You need to be able to replace the population. Like, you need some amount of people to have kids, or else, like, humanity doesn't exist. Like, I don't know what the fuck she's talking about.
Women being forced into poverty conditions with a lack of sex education, with a lack of knowledge of their own rights, lacking knowledge of their own power. That is the only way that women are going to continue doing what men want them to do. They're not going to know any better. And that's why they need their rights rolled back, because if women were given the same levels of freedom as men, a lot of women would simply opt out of dating men, marrying men, having kids with men. They would want to have the same kind of freedom as a man, to have and pursue a career, you know, to make a lot of money in their lifetime, to settle down when they're 30 or older. That's what women would choose. As most men do not make a good mating partner. They don't make a good husband, father, partner, any of those things. So when women become educated and when they get a taste of that freedom that only men have historically had access to, women start to realize why men have always been so insistent on trapping them with marriage and children and poverty, and then making all of that seem.
You can't trap women with children. Like, what are you talking about? They can leave. Like, there's alimony and child support payments. Why do you think there's so many fucking single mothers? Like, what are you talking about? You can trap men with children. You can't trap women with children.
Neoteny equals more attractive for women. Latina women equals Southern European plus Native American. Native Americans equals cousins of Asians. High neoteny. Curvy high estrogenic body plus neotenist cute face equals Latinas. No wonder white women are seething and coping.
That's great. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Like a gift that the man gave you. Oh, he gave me babies. Oh, he lets me stay home and take care of the kids. Oh, he provides for us. Ma'am, he has figured out that that is in fact the only way to trap a woman and have her doing his bidding, supporting his career, supporting all of his moves, raising his children, leaving him a legacy, because mind you, they're going to have his last name. So men.
So now she's admitting women try to trap men with children. Nothing she says makes any coherent sense.
Have just figured out how to skin us alive, right? Now that we've caught on to the fact that that's wrong and we don't want to be skinned alive anymore, they're like, see, we need to get you back into a time when you couldn't escape being skinned alive, couldn't escape being used as a baby making machine, when you had to, when you would believe any lie that somebody would tell you because you are young, naive, living in poverty, you're uneducated, and you'll believe anything that anybody tells you. That's why they like gullible, uneducated women, the same reason that Trump likes uneducated people, because they don't ask too many questions, they just do as they're told. This is why Project 2025 is really happening. Like, it's definitely sinister, it's just not complicated.
Yeah, dude, I don't care about the Elon Musk salute. People have been asking me that every 5 minutes for the last fucking week. Stop asking me about the Elon Musk Nazi salute. I don't care. Shut the fuck up.
It's just not complicated.
You know, looking at this woman and how our eyes face forward just like our relatives the monkeys and apes makes me wonder how can conservatives still think we are not primates.
Yes, thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Because the only way that men know how to do things is by force. And they don't actually want to ask themselves the real questions or admit to themselves they're hindering their own progress, their own evolution. They're hindering the human race in general by oppressing half or more of it. And all they care about is figuring out how to get what they want by force. So ladies, please stay safe out there. Protect your womb. Godspeed.
That's great.
What Paul, quote unquote, is saying here is that all scripture, whatever counts as scripture there, gives light.
Wandering Mason donated $2. Let me see. I might just take the night off.
And therefore is useful for instruction. And I think that's it's an interesting thing to point out at first. But then there's also this problem that, like, if you think that if you're going to use this verse to say that, say, the Gospels are guided by the Holy Spirit, if you believe that Paul wrote the second letter to Timothy, you got a problem in that the Gospels didn't exist yet. And so Paul would have to be writing about a scripture that didn't exist yet. That doesn't make any sense. So even if you believe that Paul was writing this talking about the inspiration of scripture, he can't have been talking about the Gospels. And then on top of that is the added problem that Paul probably didn't even write 2 Timothy. So there are so many reasons to think that this is a bad grounding on which to balance this Holy Spirit inspiration. But is that all we have biblically as an indication that, you know, scripture is guided by the Holy Spirit in this way?
It's certainly the only thing that can be appealed to as an indication that everything that folks include in the Bible today should be included in that category. You have other indications that that certain things are the word of God, Moses spoke, and you have a lot of references to individual passages or individual books. So and so prophesied. You get that in in reference to Isaiah and things like that. You get it in reference to First Enoch in the Epistle of Jude, verse 14 says, and Enoch, the seventh from Adam, prophesied, saying, which is, and then quotes First Enoch 1:9. So you get one-off references to the idea that certain prophecies and things in Scripture can be inspired in that sense. You don't get any direct reference to inspiration as explicitly as we find, well, as explicitly as people would like to find in 2 Timothy 3:16. And so there's no part of the Bible that, one, identifies the Bible, wraps it all up in the neat little Protestant bow that most people want to see in the first century CE already, but two, that identifies it all as inspired. So yeah, that's not something you're going to find within the covers of a Bible.
Do you think that the New Testament does, in some instances, offer explicit moral teachings that are pretty, like, uncontested, that aren't just broad things like love your enemy, but you talk about issues in your book like abortion and slavery and women and all of this kind of stuff? More specific.
21st, $22. That was me, lol nigga, scared of mangoes. Tell everyone in chat why you skipped it. How about you go fuck yourself? Thanks for the donation, dipshit.
Specific stuff, and there's a problem that it's always a little bit unclear. Do you think that there are sort of some hyper-specific ethical injunctions in the New Testament?
There are certainly very specific moral issues that are addressed in the New Testament. I don't think that there's any one that is unilaterally agreed upon or is addressed by all of the different authors in the same way. I think you certainly within the Gospels have a pretty harsh critique of empire. And that's because the gospel authors are operating from a position of oppression in the face of the Roman Empire. And so there's a degree to which you could argue that extreme wealth and empire and political power and things like that are critiqued. But then you get to something like the book of Revelation, and it's not a...
Tommy, $92.
After this day.
Yeah, I'm not watching that. There's a gross baby. Thanks for the donation, Tommy.
Critique of the system per se. It's a critique of the people who are occupying specific positions within the system. And Revelation is kind of a fantasy about switching those positions and the people who are being oppressed being in the position of the oppressor. So there's some fantasies about violent retribution and things like that in the book of Revelation. So when you look across the New Testament, there's very little consistency regarding those moral issues. But you brought up slavery. This is one that is uncontested across the entire Bible, the Hebrew Bible and the New Testament. Nobody ever questions or much less condemns the practice of buying, selling, and owning other humans. That is just presupposed to be normative and apparently moral from beginning to end. So when I'm fond of saying that the Bible is not univocal, that there is disagreement all over the place, but there are a few issues on which pretty much everyone is in agreement. And the benevolence of slavery seems to be one of those, to the degree that you have in the New Testament, and it starts in the Hebrew Bible, you have in the New Testament the notion that the ideal relationship that someone should have with God is the relationship of enslaved to enslaver, where God is in the position of the enslaver and we are enslaved to God. In fact, the concept of redemption that we first see in the Hebrew Bible fundamentally means to buy back. And the metaphor that is frequently used is that of a slave that has been sold to another master. And then God or Jesus redeems by buying the individual back. And so Paul says, for instance, we are no longer enslaved to sin. You're enslaved to God. In the sense that, oh, you've been purchased from the wicked master, and now you are enslaved to the benevolent, kind master. And that is your deliverance, is to be enslaved to a better master. And so that metaphor is even used to talk about how we should stand in relation to God.
Do you struggle to focus? I know I do sometimes, and especially given the nature of my work, it can be incredibly frustrating when I'm seemingly 2 days free.
No offense, but I doubt you defeated depression. Lately you are much more tired, depressed and salty than before. Holy shit. Get some DMT or toad psychedelics, dude. You need something stronger than shrooms.
I feel sick right now. Thanks for the donation.
Certainly interesting. This whole conversation around like slavery used to specifically mean the ownership of human beings as private property, but then used as potentially a metaphor, but maybe a kind of way of thinking about one's relationship with God. Because I think one thing that goes missing in the slavery conversation is that we are talking about a different kind of slavery to what comes to mind when you say slavery. People think of antebellum slavery. They think of like the American slave trade. We're talking about a different kind.
New Nabi Asli video.
One day. All right, we can take a look at that. Thanks for the donation, LEG.
Prophet Muhammad and Abu Bakr visited Jabir bin Abdullah in his house. At that time, Ibn Abdullah had a problem about how to distribute his wealth as an inheritance for his family.
What do you command me to do with my money, O Rasulullah?
Prophet Muhammad answered the question regarding inheritance distribution in Surah An-Nisa, verses 11, 12, and 176.
This is what Allah said.
Let me write it down.
Quran, Surah An-Nisa, verse 11. Allah thus directs you as regards your children's inheritance. To the male, a portion equal to that of 2 females. If only daughters, 2 or more, their share is 2/3 of the inheritance. If only one, her share is 1/2. For parents, a 1/6 share of the inheritance to each. If the deceased left children. If no children, and the parents are the only heirs, the mother has 1/3. If the deceased left brothers or sisters, the mother has 1/6. The distribution in all cases after the payment of legacies and debts.
Okay, Rasulullah.
In what your wives leave, your share is 1/2, if they leave no child. But if they leave a child, ye get 1/4, after payment of legacies and debts. In what ye leave, their share is 1/4, if ye leave no child. But if ye leave a child, they get 1/8, after payment of legacies and debts. If it is a man that dies, leaving a sister but no child, she shall have 1/2 the inheritance. If such a deceased was a woman who left no child, her brother takes her inheritance. If there are 2 sisters, they shall have 2/3 of the inheritance between them. If there are brothers and sisters, they share, the male having twice the share of the female. Thus doth Allah make clear to you His law, lest ye err. And Allah hath knowledge of all things.
Thank you, Ya Rasulullah.
Normally, one would not ask an illiterate person to come up with a mathematical equation for something as crucial as inheritance, as it could lead to disastrous results. This explanation will demonstrate that Prophet Muhammad, who was indeed illiterate, was not known for his mathematical...
Oh, I love you, Gum Gum. Yeah, I checked out Destiny's stream before I started streaming. It looks boring.
expertise. Despite the claim that Allah made them clear, these laws are far from clear. Surah An-Nisa, verse 11 says that if a man has only one daughter, she gets half of the inheritance, irrespective of other heirs. But since the same verse says that the share of the son is twice that of the daughter, her brother is supposed to get all the inheritance. Isn't this a discrepancy? Certainly, there is an error in this law. The problem is aggravated when the share of other heirs, parents and wives, are taken into consideration. There are cases when the total of the shares assigned to the inheritors exceeds the patrimony. Take, for example, the following. According to those verses, if a man dies leaving behind a wife, 3 daughters and his 2 parents, his wife's share of his inheritance is 1/8. In what ye leave, their share is 1/4.
Any tips on reducing farting? I don't want to give up broccoli and garlic, but the constant farting makes social life hard. I am vegan for 1.5 years. It's probably not my microbiome.
Well, usually with problems like that, you're not eating those foods consistently enough. So if you're having like a week or two where you eat a lot of broccoli and garlic, and then you have like a few weeks where you don't really eat those foods and then go back to them, you can get farting. But generally speaking, if you eat those foods every day, you're gonna end up farting less. If it never goes away and it's still an issue for you, then just choose foods that don't make you fart. So like try some other green vegetables and eat something other than garlic. Thanks for the donation though, SCP. Dodo donated $2. Muslims viewing women as property, just like...
See those monkeys in the trees? They sure do love to swing. They're a noisy, howling, screaming.
Yes. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
If ye leave no child. But if ye leave a child, they get 1/8. His daughters will receive 2/3. If only daughters 2 or more, their share is 2/3 of the inheritance. And his parents will get 1/6 of his inheritance each. For parents, a 1/6 share of the inheritance to each, if the deceased left children. The sum of these shares is more than the total of inheritance. There are not enough shares for everyone to receive their prescribed shares. The shortage is 1/8. If the wife has no children...
My asshole is feeling a little dry right now. Are there any secret ancient vegan remedies for this? What would you recommend?
Try getting somebody to spit on your asshole. That should, moisten it up. Thanks for the donation, Hiking Hippo.
And the daughters belong to an ex-wife of the deceased. This is what happens. Wife with no children is 1/4. Daughters from an ex-wife of the deceased is 2/3. His parents will get 1/6 of his inheritance each. In this case, the shortage is 1/4. The injustice of this law is obvious. Let us say a woman has been married to a man for 25 years and has bore him his children. She gets 1/8 of the inheritance, but if the same man has married a new wife just a few days before his death, the new wife will receive twice as much. This law is absurd because it is fundamentally unfair. Only those who have been subjected to extreme brainwashing that distorts their ability to think clearly would believe such a law comes from God. Rational individuals will not only recognize the flaws in its reasoning, but will also see the inherent injustice in these laws, leading them to conclude that Islam cannot be from God. Take another example. Say a man is survived by his childless wife, his mother, and his sisters. The wife receives 1/4 of the inheritance. In what ye leave, their share is 1/4 if ye leave no child. The mother receives 1/3. For parents, a 1/6 share of the inheritance to each, if the deceased left children, if no children, and the parents are the heirs, the mother has a third, and the sisters are to get 2/3. If there are 2 sisters, they shall have 2/3 of the inheritance between them. Again, the total of the shares exceeds 1, this time by 3/12 or 25%. This is negligible. In these examples, the shares apportioned to the heirs exceed the total of the patrimony. In both cases,
So, supposedly, this is divine wisdom given by God, and God can't do basic math. How in the fuck does anybody believe in Islam? It is so fucking retarded, bro. God can't do basic math.
the total of the inheritance sums to exactly 1 before taking into account the wife's share. What should happen if a man has 4 wives? Do all his wives each receive 1/4 of the inheritance? That wouldn't be possible, as it would leave nothing for his sisters and parents. Does this mean the wives share the quarter equally, with each wife receiving 1/16 of the inheritance? This law is not only mathematically wrong, it is also confusing and unjust. Let's say a man dies, leaving behind his parents, 2 sisters, and 4 wives. For now, let's ignore the mathematical error. The 2 sisters will each receive 1/3 of the inheritance, but each wife will receive 1/16. Does that seem like a fair distribution? What if the deceased is a woman? Husband receives half. In what your wives leave, your share is a half if they leave no child. Brother receives everything. If such a deceased was a woman who left no child, her brother takes her inheritance. If the brother gets everything, how the husband can get half? Again, this division is mathematically wrong and it's also unjust. What about her parents and sisters? Don't they inherit anything? This verse does not specify that the brother gets everything only when there are no other heirs. It just says when there are no children, he gets everything. In the same verse, it says that if a man dies leaving behind a sister, she gets half. What will happen to the other half? Here is another absurd case. A woman leaves behind a husband, a sister, and a mother. The husband gets 1/2. In what your wives leave, your share is a half, if they leave no child. The sister gets 1/2. Leaving a sister but no child, she shall have half the inheritance. The mother gets 1/3. If no children, the mother has a third. The funds
was donated to dollars to Islamic YouTubers like Muhammad Ajab. Respond to these videos or do they ignore them? These vids are pretty devastating to Islam. They're smart enough to ignore them. Muslim apologists and pundits, they're not stupid. Like, they know when they have been debunked or proven wrong, or they know when they don't have an argument. Like, they're very well aware of, you know, when they lose a debate, when they don't have an argument, when they're proven wrong. They're not like the flat earth community, where you can just prove that what they're saying is just, you know, factually incorrect, but they'll still, you know, make the same argument or whatever. Like, they're so stupid they can't even, like, they don't even realize when they've been proven wrong. So they're not stupid, they're just like fucking crazy, delusional, like they're ideologues. They might have some like emotional attachment to the religion or something, or maybe a practical one, but they're not stupid. So they're very well aware that if they respond to something like this, it's going to look very bad because they're not going to have an argument, right? So they'll just stay, they'll steer clear of anything like this. And that's why Muhammad Ajab won't debate me. That's why Muslim Lantern won't debate me. That's why what's his name? Hamza's Den won't debate me. They always kick me off their streams or just refuse to engage at all to begin with. It's because they're very well aware of who the good debaters are, who's able to debunk them. Thanks for the donation, though, Fuzz.
Are 1/3 short. It's clear that in matters of inheritance, the Quran is very obtuse. These errors are elemental. It's hard to believe God does not know how to add simple fractions. These errors are made by a very illiterate man. The law of inheritance is so obtuse that the Shiites and the Sunnis practice it differently. For example, if a man leaves a wife and the 2 parents, the Shiites will give the wife 1/4 of the entire inheritance first and then distribute the remainder among other heirs. The Shiites have devised a hierarchy in inheritance. The hires in the higher.
The reason why men be live in Islam is because it benefits men more than women. You get 4 wives, war booty, get to conquer land and kill other men and fuck their women. Trembol and side effects are literally Islam practices. I don't like Islam, I am atheist.
That's certainly one of the reasons why men join Islam. It's because it gives them an advantage in social hierarchies. Like, Islam was literally designed to suck in, like, basically incel beta male losers. Prophet Muhammad wanted to become rich and famous, and the way he did that was by creating a religion, and he made up this bullshit about getting 72 virgins in heaven if you die in battle, so that he could convince beta male virgins who have nothing to live for that, oh, well, if you fight for me and die, you'll get 72 virgins, you'll go to paradise, you'll finally be able to get laid. So yeah, Islam is a religion for weak beta males. Men who are unattractive, stupid, unproductive, who can never get women. If they join Islam, then they're going to be in a community where women are beneath them and you can easily force them to marry you. So yeah, there are very practical reasons why men are drawn to Islam. And yeah, that's why they're all fucking beta male faggots who can't win a war. That's why they all say, Israel's committing a genocide. Help us, help us. It's because they've been taught by Islam to be beta male faggots. And, you know, they'll just constantly play the victim. Thanks for the donation, though, Klecker.
Is it normal to be suicidal in college, or am I just a privileged crybaby?
Usually, mental health problems are more prevalent in young adulthood. So that's when you're most likely to suffer from things like depression, psychosis, schizophrenia. So for your age group, that's where you'd expect most mental health problems to arise. Wouldn't say it's abnormal. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben Boy.
Hierarchy receive their shares first, and whatever is left is divided among the hired in the lower hierarchy. According to this provision, the shares received by the hires are not the same as dictated in the Quran. The Sunnis give the wife 1/4, the mother 1/3, and the father is counted as the nearest male relative and gets the rest, i.e. 5/12. To address these issues, Islamic jurists developed a complex science known as al-fara'id, or the law of inheritance, which includes the rules of all and rad to resolve calculation problems. The law of all or increase deals with cases
That is hilarious. They're very well aware that God can't do basic math. So they literally had to create their own system to divide up inheritance. How in the hell, like, oh my God. I'm assuming this is just cynical practicality, right? Well, we can't give up Islam because that's the only way, ugly, retarded dipshits like us can get any women and have higher social status and shit. So I guess we're going to have to fix God's broken math. Yeah, we know Prophet Muhammad wasn't talking to God. This inheritance bullshit doesn't make any fucking sense. He was an illiterate moron. But how can I have 7 wives if, we're going to admit Islam isn't true? How am I going to be able to marry my hot cousin if, Islam isn't true? Oh, this is just pathetic.
Is when the inheritor's shares exceed or overshoot the sum of the total inheritance. In such cases, the shares are adjusted to accommodate everyone. This is how it works. 3/24 is changed to 3/27. 16/24 is changed to 16/27.
I think if a god exists or a creator, it would probably be more like a Lovecraftian entity outside the universe in a multiverse. That giant heart from Berserk basically is what I imagine.
Depends on what you mean by God. If you mean God is just a creator, that's it. That's the only attribute that's necessary for a god. It could literally be anything. God may not be an intelligent being. It could just be some special type of particle that, I don't know, works outside of time or some shit like that. Or it could be like a super intelligent AI, who knows?
Not all of us weak beta male virgins who can't get laid are dumb enough to fall for Bronze Age fairy tales, That's offensive.
Alright, well, my apologies, Ben. I do realize that not all incels are retarded Muslims, but all retarded Muslims are beta males. Thanks for the donation, Ben Boy. I have a really nice kitty here. Me and Gummy are best friends. We literally spend all day with each other. I was working out, and he was spending time with me when I was working out, watching me train. Then when I was done, I gave Gum Gum his num-num, and then we just sat in bed together watching cartoons. Then we had a nap, and now he's down here with me streaming, sitting on my lap. We're best friends, and we spend all day together. I love my Gum Gum. Yeah, but if you consider God to just be a creator, and you're not attributing any necessary attributes other than creation to God, it could literally be anything. You might as well not even call it God then. You might as well just say creator. Thanks for the donation, Blake Upshur.
4/24 is changed to 4/27. 4/24 is changed to 4/27. 27/24 is changed to 27/27. For the second case, 3/12 is changed to 3/15. 4/12 is changed to 4/15. 8/12 is changed to 8/15. 15/12 is changed to 15/15. The problem is solved thanks to human ingenuity, but not without violating the Quran. Each party has to waive part of his or her share. This is a clear case in which the words of Allah needed human intervention in order to become applicable. Muslim jurists were forced to twist the law of the Quran in order to make it work. Cases where the shares of the inheritors don't sum to a whole 100%, which leaves a surplus. Take, for example, a man who dies and leaves his wife and his mother. Wife gets 1/4. The mother receive 1/3. Total is 7/12. Who will receive the balance 5/12 of the inheritance? The following are other cases that leave a surplus of inheritance. Only a wife, fund distributed 1/4, surplus 3/4. Only a mother, fund distributed 1/3, surplus 2/3. Only a daughter, fund distributed 1/2, surplus 1/2. 2 daughters, fund distributed 2/3, surplus 1/3. Only a sister, fund distributed 1/2, surplus 1/2. A mother and a sister, fund distributed 1/3, plus 1/2 equals 5/6, surplus 1/6. A wife and a mother, fund distributed 1/4 plus 1/3 equals 5/12, surplus 7/12. A sister and a wife, fund distributed 1/2 plus 1/4 equals 3/4, surplus 1/4. In all these cases and many other combinations, there is a surplus. What will happen to this surplus? Who will inherit it? To deal with this problem, the law of Rad has been devised. Rad means to return to. This law regulates the unclaimed shares, which have no corresponding people to receive them. Of course, if the Quran was clear with no errors, there would be no need for all these sciences and amendments. The law of Rad is based on the following hadith.
Give the fara'id, which is the shares of the inheritance that are prescribed in the Quran, to those who are entitled to receive it. Then, whatever remains, should be given to the closest male relative of the deceased.
According to this law, a man who dies and is survived by only his daughter with no other close male relative except a second cousin, his daughter will receive half of his inheritance, and the other half will go to the man's second cousin. This seems quite unfair to the daughter, but it would be especially unfair if the man had a needy aunt or a female first cousin who would receive nothing because they are of the wrong gender. Now, suppose a man has no other heir except his wife and a distant male relative. The wife will receive 1/4 and the distant male relative gets the rest. He gets 3 times the inheritance than the wife. The wife who has sacrificed her need to save that money now will get 1/4 of what should be all hers. Is this justice? What if the deceased has no male relative? What will happen to the rest of his inheritance? What will happen if the deceased is the wife with no relatives? The husband will receive half of her inheritance. Who will get the other half? The obtuseness of the law of inheritance is further emphasized in the following example. Consider the case of a man with only 1 daughter and 10 sons. According to the Quran, the daughter receives half, while all the sons must share among themselves the other half. So each will receive 1/20 of the inheritance. But this contradicts the other ruling that says a male is to receive twice the share of the female. Something must give in because the two laws don't mix. Of course, for 1400 years, Muslims have practiced Islam, and somehow they managed to make these confusing laws work. How they did it? They reinterpreted, compromised, and adjusted the laws to make them work. The Sunnis put all the inheritance in a pool and give to each male child twice the share of their female siblings. For instance, the inheritance is $100. Each son will get $9.50, while the daughter only gets $4.75. This solution, though satisfies one of the rulings, it contradicts the other. Despite all these inconsistencies and errors, the real problem with these laws is not that they do not make sense. The problem lies in the inherent injustice they embody. A fair-minded person cannot help but question why daughters should receive half of what the sons receive, why sisters should receive less than brothers, and why a widower.
Well, it's because the Prophet Muhammad claimed like women are worth half that of a man. He wanted to emphasize that women are below men. That's why. And that is what, gave him justification to, like, rape women, keep them as sex slaves, that shit.
Is entitled to double the share of a widow. Think of a man with 4 wives. All the wives have to share 1/4 of his wealth if they have no children, and 1/8 if they have. In the first case, each wife will receive 1/16 of the inheritance, and in the second case, 1/32. On the other hand, a man who loses all his 4 wives will inherit half of every wife's wealth. Isn't this the formula to enrich the men and impoverish the women? It is easier to forget the mathematical errors of the Quran than forgive its injustice. Quran, Surah An-Nisa, verse 176 claims that Allah makes this clear to you so you do not go astray, and Allah has perfect knowledge of all things. As we have seen, the Islamic laws of inheritance are far from clear. It is obvious that Allah is not only incapable of adding simple fractions, but is also very unfair and cruel to females. Or the Quran was dictated by an ignoramus.
Yeah, I think the second one is probably more true.
Slavery. Still very bad. But what gets lost in a lot of this is that you have a lot of Christians or Jews saying the Bible does not condone slavery, when it does. But you have a lot of atheists sort of trying to paint the slavery in the Bible as if it is like antebellum race-based slavery, which kind of can't make sense because we don't even have this concept of race in the same way back then. And so there's a lot sort of getting lost in the weeds there. But I think in the discussions I've had with people about this, it is just undeniable that the Bible itself recognizes the legitimacy of owning human beings as private property. There's no way that you can read even the Old and New Testament and come away thinking that that is not the case. Jesus uses an analogy at one point where he says something like, which one of you, when a slave comes to you, would say, come and eat at the table? Oh, no, first you would say, go and do your day's work, go and do this, go and do that. Then you would come back and get your food or something like this. That's not Jesus saying like slavery is great, but he uses just as an example, just to make a point, the relationship between a slave and the slave's master. And you would think that if secretly he implicitly kind of wanted to get rid of slavery one day, he might.
Do you think Pakistani and Arab restaurants are why the UK has cucked Islam? British people just like shawarma too much? No, the reason the UK has cucked Islam is because of feminism. It's kind of like a female mindset to be more egalitarian. And women also tend to favor the idea that we're not like a product of our genes, we're a product of our environment. Women support like the nurture versus, nature thing. So women are more prone to believing like, oh, the reason these other countries are such shitholes, it's not because of like inherent aspects of, the genes of some people. It's like because the environment they grew up in and all this crap. It's just like we could teach them the right way to do things. Like, yeah, they might be misogynist and crap like that, but like, oh, if they come here and see our way of living and, we give them free money through the welfare system and everything, they'll learn to appreciate our culture and assimilate and all this crap. It's this egalitarian nurture sort of mindset where they can't accept that certain populations of people just will not assimilate to another culture. There are inherent attributes of individuals that are genetic and can't be changed. They just don't accept that. So they let in a ton of immigrants that they really shouldn't let in. And they just can't accept the fact that a lot of these Muslim immigrants, they are never going to change. They're always going to be misogynist, hateful. They're always going to promote radical Islam, jihadism. They want to create a worldwide caliphate. They're always going to see women below them. And yeah, they just keep letting him in. They keep letting fucking crazy, insane assholes into the fucking country. And they think at some point they're going to get better. They're going to assimilate. We just have to be better. We have to be less racist. And like then eventually they'll see our way of thinking. It's just a feminist, egalitarian sort of mindset.
To pick a different example, he seems to at least implicitly recognize the significance of that. One of my favorite conversations that I have on this, every time I talk about slavery in the Bible, people like to point to the line in Galatians where Paul says, there is neither slave nor free, for we're all one in Jesus Christ. Some people point to that and say, well, this is Paul undoing this master-slave relation. What do you make of that?
Well, you have three things that are mentioned there. There's neither slave nor free. There's neither Jew nor Gentile. There's neither man nor woman, but all are one in Christ Jesus. And I think this is certainly, there's an idealism there that would be nice. There are an awful lot of folks who see this as eschatological, that in the kingdom of God, once this world is over, that will be the reality. There are some folks who think this is Paul trying to suggest we should be trying to strive for the deconstruction of all those boundaries. But certainly throughout the rest of Paul's letters, there is recognition of all of these boundaries.
Yes, and what's really interesting about this is that, like, people don't think about the fact that, as you just said, there are three things mentioned. There's neither Jew nor Gentile, there's neither male nor female, nor slave or free, for we're all one in Jesus. So when people say that this is obviously Jesus saying that, slaves shouldn't exist, I'm like, oh, I didn't know you were also a radical gender abolitionist, because this must mean that Jesus also, that Paul at least, also didn't want gender to exist.
Yeah.
But no, clearly, if somebody says, like, if a gender theorist came to an evangelical Christian and said, didn't you know that Paul said there's neither male nor female for all one in Christ? They would say, that doesn't mean that there's no such thing as man and woman. It just means it's not relevant to your salvation. And the same has to be therefore said of slave and free in that passage.
Yeah, absolutely. That it's the gospel is open to all, is free to all, and everyone has equal access to it. But yeah, and Paul himself elsewhere in his letters is pretty firm about the need to maintain those distinctions, and we see gender distinctions pretty clearly in the genuine Pauline epistles, and even more explicitly in the pseudo Pauline epistles. So yeah, it's there. But again, you've got this idea that a lot of people superimpose upon the Bible, that it's all univocal, and if you have to force this all to agree, folks are going to impose unifying frameworks, interpretive lenses that are going to give more prominence to the things that already agree with whatever their needs and their exigencies within their social and historical circumstances demand. And that's usually going to mean advancing their own identity politics. And unfortunately, right-wing authoritarianism and social dominance orientation is often at the top of the list of folks who
Hey, cousin, hope you're using the extra money wisely and putting it away for a rainy day. Well, yeah, I'm just saving. I like having money in my bank account. So yeah, since Jasmine moved out, I have been able to put a lot more money in my bank account, which is great.
Try to make these arguments.
Is there something to be said for this idea of enslavement to Christ or enslavement to God? We say that, and you brought it up as a point to say, like, look at this language, it's slavery, but is slavery intrinsically bad, or is it just bad because of the fallibility of the master? That, like, the reason I ask that is because, like, it may be, so I'm thinking of a quote by C.S. Lewis, where Lewis said, Aristotle said that some people were only fit to be slaves. I do not contradict him, but I reject slavery because I see no men fit to be masters. So the idea being that, like, of course, slavery is bad because every single time it manifests, it leads to disaster because of the fact that people are corrupted and they're going to mistreat their slaves, and no man has a right over another man. But God kind of does have that right over us. He's like the only one that can legitimately claim that right over us. And so enslavement to him is not just sort of okay, but like the appropriate thing to do. So that language of slavery actually kind of works there.
I think the specific relationship could work. I don't know that we need the language of slavery, because all that's doing is taking this institution on earth that robs individuals of their autonomy, of their humanity, and superimposing it on God.
Have a good night, Vince.
And I think if we want to try to understand this relationship in a way that doesn't reflect back on us, I think we can come up with better language than enslavement is a great framework, a great metaphor for talking about our relationship to God. Now we're getting into theology a little bit. We're getting into to questions of how our relationship with God should be understood, rather than just addressing how it is reflected in the text. But I think there's a big problem with trying to suggest that that God is okay with that kind of relationship, because it does give license, I think, to folks to talk about that relationship that is something appropriate for here on earth. But when we look at things like the Declaration of Independence, all men are created equal and endowed by their Creator with inalienable rights. That was written by somebody who enslaved his own children, and so there's always going to be a disconnect between the ideals that we talk about and the ideal relationships that we can conceptualize and actual behavior. And I think it excuses an awful lot of that corrupt behavior to suggest that there can be different levels of or that it can operate on different levels. Slavery is okay if it's our relationship to God, but it's not okay for us. I think that's a pretty, I don't know, that every time I've seen arguments like that, outside of someone maybe playing devil's advocate, it has usually been some kind of attempt to obscure or mask the harm that things like that are done to folks here on earth. And I think that with the Renaissance, the Reformation, the Enlightenment, we developed a much more salient concept of individualism, of individual rights, of human rights. And I think ever since then, I think we need to abandon this notion that there's anything legitimate about the ownership the purchasing, the buying, the selling, the passing on as inheritance other human beings, because it does deny their autonomy, their humanity.
Well, that's the thing. And if people are interested, I mean, long-time viewers will know that I talk about this a lot. I mean, I had a podcast with Joshua Bowen for some 2 hours a couple of years ago where we went through just the actual example. So if you're listening to this and you're like, what are you talking about? Like, go and check out that video, because we go through some of the verses, but it is palpably clear that the ownership of human beings and, like you say, passing them on as inheritable property is condoned in the Hebrew Bible. Like, there's no question about it in my mind. It's really interesting, this language being annexed by Paul to talk about your relationship with God, because of course there are instances in which slavery is romanticized as a concept, such as in, I'm thinking of like Shakespeare's 59th sonnet, being your slave, what shall I do but tend upon the hours and times of your desire. And he's sort of trying to express the depth and severity of his love. So true a fool is love that in your will, though you do anything, he thinks no ill, and describing himself as a slave. And he clearly doesn't mean I am your legal property. He just means to express how utterly devoted he is to this person. And I like to think that when Paul is talking about, enslavement to Christ, he's using it in a similar way. He doesn't mean that we are the private property of Christ. And if Christ wants to sell us to Jimmy down the street, he can do. Clearly, it's taken on a new meaning, which is where I think there might be some absolution for that usage of that term. But it's at the very least unhelpful, given what's happened since the writing of the Bible in relation to slavery and how we view it today, that language is embedded into the scripture. Yeah. It's unfortunate at best, I think.
And one thing I'll bring up, you mentioned the difference between pre-Civil War American slavery, the Atlantic slave trade, and what's going on in the Bible. And something that I bring up in the book and I've talked about frequently on social media is a lot of people try to make more of that difference than actually exists, particularly folks who want to try to excuse the slavery.
I didn't grow up Christian, and my family is not religious.
Of the Bible, or suggested it's a more benevolent slavery because it's a better slavery than what you had in Hammurabi's code and things like that, or God was trying to slowly lead Israel and then Christianity towards abandonment of slavery. And one of the things that I try to help people understand is that when it comes to what's in the Bible, we don't know how enslaved people were treated on the ground. We don't have any records from enslaved folks to know how they were actually treated, if any of the legislation in the Bible that protected slaves was ever enforced or was even widely known about. In fact, most scholars would say it wasn't, that the legislation that we find in Exodus, that we find in Leviticus, that we find in Deuteronomy was more propaganda, was used for scribal exercises and things like that, and didn't really affect jurisprudence on the ground. When it comes to pre-Civil War American slavery, the transatlantic slave trade, we pretty much only know about the facts on the ground, how people were treated in plantations and in the fields and things like that. And it's awful. But you can go look in the state legal codes. Like Louisiana's 1825 legal code has provisions saying that they enslaved folks are the property of their masters, who can chastise them, but not with undue severity, and not to maim or to, I forget what the other word is, but this law code says you cannot maim or kill your enslaved person. So the laws on the books in the southern states in pre-Civil War America are very, very similar to what we have in the Bible. So in one case, we have the laws on the books. We don't know how that played out in real life. In the other case, we only hear about how it played out in real life, and we tend to ignore the laws on the books. So it's somewhat comparing apples to oranges. But what you're absolutely right about is that it was not race-based in the sense of a question of skin color. That was something that Europeans developed in the medieval period. So we have no concept of that anywhere near the Bible.
But of course, we do have the differential treatment of Israelite slaves and non-Israelite slaves, which you might think of that analogously today as a kind of race-based slavery. They wouldn't have thought in terms of race, like things like skin color, but things like nation or tribe, whereby your male and female slaves are to come from the nations around you. From them, you may buy and sell slaves. You may also purchase some of the temporary residents living among you, and they'll become your property, and you can bequeath them to your children as inheritable property. But you must not rule over your fellow Israelites ruthlessly. So there is this distinction existing there too. So there's a lot of discussion to be had about the similarities and differences between antebellum slavery. But the only reason that ever comes up is not out of a scholarly interest in the differences, but rather as an apologetical tool, either to make the Bible sound as bad as it can, or to make it sound as good as it can. And maybe we can sit somewhere in the middle on that point. There are other instances. I talk about slavery a lot on this channel, especially in debates and stuff, and so people will be familiar with that. So shelving that, because it's one chapter among many, there are other issues which are so like not.
No, Andrew does not have a chance of being UK Prime Minister.
Present in the Bible, that it's amazing how much Christian faith is relied upon to like buttress these movements in the modern political sphere. The main one that comes to mind right now has to be abortion, whereby if somebody is fervently pro-life, they're not necessarily religious, but they've probably got a better chance of being so. And a lot of the time, pro-lifers don't like to use the Bible to justify their positions because it doesn't really work politically, but they'll often admit to privately that being the sort of origin of their ultimate belief in the sanctity of all life, including the fetus. Now, if you just listened to a debate on like a college campus between Charlie Kirk and some student or something about abortion, you might be led to believe that the Bible explicitly condemns abortion in every gospel. I don't know if that's true of Charlie Kirk, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
What does the Bible say about abortion?
It never mentions it directly. At least we do have, there's talk about stillborn children. There's talk about miscarriages. We don't have a reference that I can identify, and I've been looking for quite some time, to the actual practice of abortion. Now, there are folks who will point to Numbers 5,
Right.
known as the Sotah, or the trial of bitter waters, as it gets characterized as instructions for carrying out an abortion or something like that. I tend not to agree with that reading for a handful of different reasons. To begin, this is something that's taking place against the will of the woman who may be pregnant, and I don't think it's helpful to appeal to the destruction of her own body, her reproductive system, and potentially a fetus against her will as a defense of abortion.
Can you spell out what Numbers 5 actually sort of says before we discuss
Yeah.
it? I
So
can
this-
read it out if you like, but it might be quite long.
So this is a ritual that is offered in Numbers 5. If a man suspects that his wife is unfaithful to him, but he has no evidence, what he can do is bring her to the temple and force her to go through this ritual known as the Sotah, or the trial of bitter waters. And it's kind of a what's known as an ordeal, which is where you leave it up to God to make the decision because you don't have the evidence. And so, if they, does a witch weigh more than a duck kind of thing? If you throw a witch in the river, and if she drowns, it turns out she wasn't a witch. But if she lives, then she was, then you execute her. Like, this is where we can't really tell. We don't have the data. We don't have the means. So we're going to leave it up to God. And in this instance, there's a curse that is written out. And then you take a jug with some water, you throw some dirt from the temple floor in the jug, you scrape the ink from the curse into the water, stir it all together. The woman pronounces an oath. There's a heave offering that is done. She drinks the water. And this is kind of symbolically internalizing the curse. And then if she is innocent, what happens is it says she will conceive. But if she's guilty, it will cause basically her genitals to become deformed. And literally the text says her thigh will fall, and then her womb will either swell up or sprout or something.
I had a Christian I work with tell me that it was okay that God ordered the slaughter of the Amalekites and their children because they were sinful. Christians are deluded and morally bankrupt people. They ignore passages that make them look bad too.
Well, yeah, they're fucking retarded. Like, most Christians you talk to, when you talk about, like, the genocide of the Amalekites or the, Canaanites and shit like that, they don't even know of those stories. Like, most Christians don't even read the Bible, and apologists who do read the Bible, they will make the stupidest fucking excuses imaginable. So, yeah, the people who do know, they're going to have to come up with some stupid justification for it, and obviously in modern society with our modern sensibilities, it's very difficult to justify genocide, so they end up looking like fucking crazy assholes. Thanks for the donation though, Ben Boy.
Are guide dogs for blind people vegan? Hypothetically speaking, would taking finasteride on a cycle ruin gains?
No. DHT doesn't have any anabolic properties, so finasteride does not reduce gains. And guide dogs probably aren't vegan, and I don't think they're even necessary anymore because we have phone apps. So I don't think people even need them. Thanks for the donation though, Enrique Rodriguez.
Something like that. The verbal root there is not a very clear one, but in other languages there's a similar root that means sprout. And so some folks think, well, this means swell up. Other folks think, well, it must mean whatever is in is coming out. So there are folks who understand this to mean that she will miscarry. It will be an induced miscarriage. And that's what contributes to the interpretation of this curse as something like an abortion.
So that would mean in at least some instances, intentionally administering a kind of
an abortifacient
that will cause an abortion. But interestingly, it's sort of, because it's part of this test, it's not like you're pregnant and you're going to take this to have an abortion. It's like you're going to take this to find out. It's more like figuring out if the woman is faithful rather than like the intention being about an abortion.
Yeah. And I think one of the indications that when this was being written, now one, this is like the Hebrew Bible is full of legislation written by men who did not know much about how women's bodies function. And this is a good example of this. But a little ink, a little dust, a little water does not an abortifacient make. And I've had people have been like, well, they used a lot of lead in the ink back then, so that could have been an abortifacient. No, they didn't use a lot of lead in their ink back then, and no, there wouldn't have remotely have been enough to cause a problem. But if the woman is innocent, the blessing is that she will conceive. It doesn't say, she'll deliver a healthy baby. It says she.
Jim Bob is debating on modern day debate. Oh, Yeah. Oh, fuck, dude.
All right, I've got a...
This is hilarious. I heard about this earlier today. I totally forgot about it. One of the January 6 rioters that was let out, he ended up getting into, I think, a shootout or something with the cops, and he ended up getting killed.
A crazy story coming out of my home state of Indiana, but let me walk you through a quick thought experiment first. Take a man who has been prone to radicalization throughout their life.
Johnny Bravo.
Bootycom $20. You should get on these debates, maybe debate this retard again. If he can get on there, you can.
What do you think of this? We reject all of that. So you've never really been up against, as far as your little snide comment about the attacks of children. Well, that's Catholicism, so I'm against that, but I'm not Catholic. Further, the amount of abuse, by the way, Craig. Hold on, the amount of abuse. Oh, great. All the audience should hear it anyway. The amount of abuse. Yeah, the amount of abuse that exists in secular programs, that is...
Yeah, I gotta contact Modern Day Debate, see if they'd be down. Thanks for the donation, Bootycom.
Life who has a history of violently attacking police officers, and imagine that they get arrested for attacking police officers. They get thrown in jail, and then, stay with me for 1 second, you pardon them, and you tell them that their actions were patriotic, they were amazing, they helped save the nation. Do you think that they'll, one, reflect on their actions and chill the hell out, or two, continue attacking police officers because they were just emboldened by the message that what they did was good? Well, we have this story right here. It's not even that funny. It's kind of just tragic. January 6th rioter, recently pardoned by Trump, was killed by Indiana Sheriff's deputy while resisting arrest. And he did the exact same thing he did on the Capitol at January 6th. He had a history of committing crimes. Keep in mind, Donald Trump, Tom Homan, Stephen Miller, they've been claiming that other countries are emptying their prisons. Meanwhile, Trump, on day one, emptied prisons across the country and let a bunch of proven criminals out. Let's break down this story and some other stories. Make sure you drop a like, subscribe for more breaking news content, and watch this clip of Trump. It's only about 20 seconds, proving that he doesn't even know anything about the people that he pardoned.
You would agree that it's never acceptable to assault a police officer,
Sure.
right? So then if I can, among those who pardoned DJ Rodriguez, he drove a stun gun into the neck of a DC police officer who was abducted by the mob that day. He later confessed on video to the FBI and pleaded guilty
GMO soy is not worse than organic soy.
for his crimes. Why does he deserve a pardon?
Well, I don't know. Was it a pardon? Because we're looking at commutes and we're looking at pardons. Okay, well, we'll take a look at everything. But I can say this. Murderers today are not even charged.
Wait, this dude did not even know who he had pardoned, and then he pivoted to saying murderers aren't charged, like that's some sort of defense. Number one, that's not true, but also it's not a defense. Before we jump into what happened literally this morning, do you guys remember like 5 days ago when the same thing happened? Man pardoned for role in January 6th attack, rearrested on federal gun charges. It's almost like these people aren't actually patriotic heroes unless patriotism equals getting arrested for attacking police officers and getting arrested for gun charges over and over, which I guess it could. But I never want to hear Republicans claim they back the blue ever again. I never want to hear Republicans say they're the party of law and order. I won't even talk about Trump himself being a felon, but what about all of the people he pardoned? Like, have you guys seen this awkward video that's going incredibly viral saying a dad finally returns home after being pardoned by Trump? It's got like 20 million views because it's supposed to be this almost military dad coming home type of video where they're all happy, but the kid really doesn't care. Someone even said, that kid does not give a fuck about his dumbass dad. Let me play this clip.
He's literally on his cell phone?
Missed you a lot, buddy.
The kid's literally looking at his cell phone.
Kid literally does not give a shit at the end. And really quickly, if you're like me and you've been locked into politics nonstop, especially after the stressful year that was 2024, then you need to chill out a bit in this new year. And you can absolutely do it in a sober way, but but you need to find ways to relax. That's where via Kick, they've got ship legally trustable. And January 6th rioter recently pardoned by Trump, shot and killed by Indiana Sheriff's deputy while resisting arrest. Surprise, surprise, resisting arrest. An Indiana man recently pardoned by Trump for storming the Capitol is dead after being shot by a sheriff's deputy while allegedly resisting arrest. Matthew Hustle, 42, of Hobart, was shot and killed during a traffic stop near the Jasper-Pulaski County lines on Sunday afternoon. A deputy with the Jasper County Sheriff's Department pulled him over at approximately 4:15 p.m. The traffic stop led to the deputy attempting to arrest Huddle, but Huddle allegedly resisted and struggled with the officer. This altercation led to the deputy firing his gun and killing Huddle. Putting aside the irony of what happened here and that Trump pardoned this guy, it is a really tragic event. It's tragic that somebody died, somebody likely with kids died after resisting arrest when this guy could have been getting help or some sort of rehabilitation, and he's obviously easily prone to radicalization. I mean, look at these photos of him on January 6th. Dale Huddle of Crown Point were arrested for taking part in the J6 Capitol riots. Matthew Huddle ended up being tracked down and arrested in Boise, Idaho. I will not say sorry, Dale Huddle said about him and his nephew, Matthew, taking part in the riot. These were the comments after that happened. Both Huddles were sentenced for storming the Capitol, but were spared from the full consequences after Trump issued a pardon to all of the rioters. U.S. Senator Lindsey Graham, a key ally of Trump, spoke out against the pardons and said, quote, "I have always said that I think when you pardon people who attack police officers, you're sending the wrong signal to the public at large. And as much as we disagree with Lindsey Graham, he's absolutely right here. When you pardon somebody who attacked police officers, you can't be surprised with trouble after his pardon."
Ben Boyd, $22, MLM recruiters be like.
Yeah, I salute all scammers. Because in my mind, that's good game. Yeah, in my mind, that's good game. Yeah, scamming is good game, homie. You know, that's and what I mean by game is, homie, that's a good way to come up with money to eat. They cheating and beating the system.
Yeah.
Without putting a gun in your face, hitting you across the head. Why wouldn't you salute that? Motherfuckers sitting around thinking, how can I cheat this?
There you go. There you go.
Shit, nigga.
Yeah, thanks for the donation, Ben Boy. Bootycam donate $2. Debate this crazy Muslim VG. Don't know if he has a channel, so don't skip or do any of your sneaky bullshit. Like skip scam VG.
Your religion also commands that apostates like myself should be executed. So
100%, yes.
Your religion also commands that apostates like myself should be executed. So
100%, yes. Are we allowing for this guy to use the Quran as an L? Are we allowing him to make fun of my holy texts?
What's the problem?
Problem is you're having a intellectual debate.
You literally just said I deserve to be executed. Your religion also commands that apostates like myself should be executed.
1.4K people.
You literally just said that I, as an apostate, deserve to be executed.
I swear by Allah. When I see you in February.
For this upcoming debate conference, both AP and Central Dawah will be there in Newark, New Jersey. Say it with me. Newark, New Jersey. Say it with me.
When I see you in February, I swear by Allah. AP, when I see you in February, you're going to be plastered everywhere on social media. That's my word in front of 1.4 thousand people.
Whoa, what does that mean?
When I see you in February, you'll see.
What does that mean?
You'll see.
What does that mean? Explain to us.
You'll see.
It sounds a little bit weird.
No. I'm going to take AP out for coffee. Take him out a nice little coffee date.
That doesn't really make it much better. So.
And then he's going to have a sword in his side, just like Paul did in the New Testament.
It's kind of funny because you literally just said that I deserve to be executed because I'm an apostate, and then you have an issue with the L-shaped Quran.
You're 100% halal. You're 100% halal.
Wait, James, wait, can you say that again? Can you say that again, Central Dawah?
Your blood is halal. Your blood is halal. Tell him to pull this down from the screen.
Hey, CD, did you just say your blood is halal?
Your blood is halal. Your blood. You're 100% halal. I will not continue unless he pulls this Quran page down. Can you ask him to take this down, or I will see myself out?
I just don't take very kindly to people saying that I deserve to be executed, so I think I'll just keep it here.
Okay, so he's not going to take it down. I'll see myself out. Modern day debates. I appreciate it. Thank you. AP, you lost. You got obliterated. You had to result to insulting. You got cooked. I'll see you in February.
Sounds like you don't want to listen to me, Central Dawah. Well, we're not going to chase anybody. So Central Dawah left, took his ball and went home. and I'm not going to go chasing after him. It's like, all right, so long.
I personally find it pathetic, and it's a very, very good display to everyone that the very same guy who says that I should be executed and that I deserve to be executed, that my blood is halal, and so on, then starts playing the victim and wants to leave because he's offended by me disrespecting his ridiculously disgusting scripture here. So take that as an example of how Muslims in general are.
I swear by Allah.
Yep. Islam teaches you to be a beta male. Thanks for the donation, Bootacam.
Last week, a Florida man who took part in the January 6th riot was arrested on federal gun charges one day after being pardoned. We already covered that. You know, I've heard a lot of experts say that a second Trump era could lead to a renaissance for right-wing militias as they feel more and more emboldened. And this is honestly just step one. I read an article a while back about some dude who went undercover into a right-wing militia, and he said they were filled with doctors. They were filled with lawyers. They were filled with sheriffs. I mean, there are a bunch of people who are participating in these militias, and they hold a lot of structural power. So when Trump pardons people, as long as they do his dirty work, as long as they do stuff for him, it could get scary, especially with the Schedule F executive orders that he just put into place, saying that he doesn't have to hire or fire people based on skill, like I said earlier, but only based on loyalty. Now, if they commit any crimes for him, they can be pardoned in a similar way that the January 6th insurrectionists were, because that.
Yeah, dude, that is crazy.
Oh, fake name. Keep playing with me, all right? And I could pull up on you, so I got all your info. It's a motherfucker that's on your now.
Oh my god. So this dipshit is threatening to fucking kill Johnny Bravo?
That's what you should be worried about. If you ever in my presence, which I doubt, lower your gaze, don't even look at me, look down at the ground. Or I'm gonna slap you so hard I'm gonna knock you out.
He's been in the industry for many years. He used to make videos inspiring thousands with his motivational videos, right? But now his career is not the same. His popularity has fallen off. It sounds like Wes Watson, right? That piece of shit. But no, it's not Wes Watson. It's a new piece of shit. His good friend, his butt buddy, his goon, Mike Rashid. And you know what he's doing, this asshole? He's sending me death threats. He's threatening my life, but not only me. You know Myron Gaines from Fresh and Fit? He's threatening his life and his friend's life too. And you know, I cover all this stuff on here for many years. These people, they lose their popularity and they think doing things like this is a bright idea.
And I'm saying this, you pathetic. You got no motion in your life. You try to make a living, a little measly living. I see the social blade. You ain't making no money. And all you do is talk about other people. Make a fucking video about another fucking man. That's all you do. How do you feel about yourself, Johnny? A little fake name. You're fucking pathetic. You're a bitch. You're fat. What a fucking fat. You keep trying to play with me. It's not gonna work out.
This nigga
if you
literally
ever in my
said
presence,
why would you say this to somebody?
Lower your gaze, don't even look at me. Look down at the ground. Or I'm gonna slap you so hard I'm gonna knock you out. By slapping.
What? Bro, dude
Right?
is literally
That's
sending
a
threats
fact.
on the internet. Over an Instagram reel. This is a grown
The
man.
motherfucker that's on your ass right now. That's what you should be worried about.
Probably pushing 50, doing this shit. Why?
Bro, when fucking Myron from Fresh and Fit is saying you're acting like a fucking child, like, you know it's bad.
Absolutely fucking wild.
First, let me tell you how things work over here. So when I run stories on this channel, a lot of times you guys are always helpful. You send me DMs, you send me emails with information on stories. And in this particular case, and I investigate everything because you never know where a story's going to come from. So I have to do my due diligence and investigate everything, right? See if it's worth doing a video on. So in this case, it was about Mike Rashid. A bunch of the girls he was with or he's with now, I don't know what the situation is, but they were mad and they were posting hundreds of text messages and information and videos of Mike Rashid on their stories. So I started looking at them and some of the things they were saying were serious things that could warrant me doing a video. So I had to do my due diligence and take a look at the story. And this is
And I think I'll message John Bravo. Let me see, where is he? Kid Boot on $8. Does this nigga have a point? Also, Demon Slayer's way better than Berserk, bitch ass nigga.
With women because at the end of the day, their perception of the world is based on their feelings. They don't see facts. They see good, bad, fair, unfair, what should and what shouldn't be. You tell a woman 2 + 2 is 4 and she don't like you or 4, you just became a bigot, a homophobic, transphobic. You hate your mom. They don't argue to understand. They want you to know how they feel and they want you to validate how they feel. Anytime you listen to a woman talk, you tell them something, the first thing that come out of their mouth, that's mean, that's rude, that's not fair. Who cares if it's mean, rude, or unfair? It's a fact.
That is correct for the most part. Again, women are more emotional and they do have like egalitarian views. So, and this is supported by research. If you look at a university, if you look at some of these university studies, like women do report that they would rather suppress research that's true if they feel it could be harmful. So women do have different priorities from men on average. They prioritize like the greater societal good and what's fair and egalitarian versus what's actually true. And if you've ever been in a relationship with a woman long enough, you are going to get into fights and stuff. And yeah, they will whine and bitch and complain about you not caring about their feelings and all this shit. Like something will happen, like they'll get into a fight with a family member or something like that. And then they'll be crying about it. And then you'll tell them, like, look, it's not that big of a deal. People get into fights all the time. You don't even really talk to that person much. You'll try to rationalize the situation and explain that they shouldn't be reacting to it in that kind of way. They're overreacting. And then they'll freak out at you, say, you're not listening to my feelings, blah, blah, blah. I don't care about any of this. Like, they want their feelings to be validated and crap like that. So, yeah, it is, what he said is mostly true. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
We all know that the root cause of all Wes Watson's insecurities is that Kim Kardashian looks better carrying a white purse.
Yeah, I would say Kim Kardashian looks better carrying a white purse. Wes Watson's a bit of a bitch. Thanks for the donation, Viva Mao.
One of the texts that they tagged me in. Can you send me $250? I don't know what's going on with my phone. I can't log into my bank to see what's going on.
Yeah, I just messaged John Bravo. He's messaging me back. Let me see. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, Sync. That was his name.
Yeah, boy, Sync Q, hey. Yeah, Gigolo. What it is, my nigga? Yeah, it's your boy Sync Q, hey. Ride the track and ride the line. The 9 in my lap, 4-5 in the back. Phrase and jig and red and bush. I blaze your head, you dead in the bush. Push me and don't want me to push back. You pussy little homie, that is a fact. They say you got a snitch jacket, you a rat. But nigga, I don't get down like that. I'm a G, nigga, I don't talk go-post. Roll slow when the low, low go-foes. Arizona drove.
Yeah, dude, Mike Rashid is such a fucking wannabe bitch ass, like, gangster rapper. Sync interview. Let me see if I can find it. He did a fucking retarded interview. He used to talk completely differently. Sync Mike Rashid. There's another one. I don't know if I can find it. Don't know if it was scrubbed from YouTube because it was pretty embarrassing. Yeah, it might have ended up getting scrubbed, but he used... Oh no, it's in here. Here it is.
You know what I'm saying? He all over the internet buzzing, so I wanted to shoot a video with him. I'm actually about to shoot a bunch of them and shit. Just assassinate YouTube real quick, so came out to fuck with and I got an interview with K Slay on Wednesday and a show. I got a show in Manhattan on Wednesday night too, so I'm out here for the week, just put it down, smash it.
All right, say you out here. Tell the people where you from.
I'm from Phoenix, Arizona.
All right, what's the hip hop scene like out there?
Oh man, it's really cracking, man. We got, you know what I'm saying, we got a huge movement out there called the Man Up Squad, you know what I mean? Man Up is really we got Man Up here in New York, we got it in the South, we got it in Europe, it's all over the place, you know what I'm saying? But we got a couple signed artists in the Man Up Squad in Phoenix. We got Willie North Pole, we got Gigolo, we got Hot Rod, you know what I'm saying? Okay. We doing real big things and shit, you know what I'm saying?
For the people who might say, yo, his face look mad familiar.
Oh, yeah, niggas see me on BT, you know what I'm saying, holding it down, you know what I mean? Right. I was on there from like 01 to 02.
Okay.
You did?
So right now you out here shooting your videos. What's the name of the project you shoot?
It's called They Don't Like Me.
They Don't Like Me.
Right.
And just tell us a little bit about that.
It's pretty much, it's a good vibe song. It's like about bitch ass niggas who talk shit about you, but when they see you, they give you dap and all of that shit, but they ain't got the balls to say what's on their mind, you know what I'm saying?
Okay, so that's the name of the single? What's the name of the single?
That's not this is a little street single, you know what I'm saying? I got a gang of singles.
Yeah. He used to deliberately, like, you know, act all hood. Oh yeah, I know I'm saying nigga. Like he'd try to act like mad niggerish, as what's his name would say, Charlie Murphy's brother. But yeah, the guy is a massive fucking phony.
But my phone is being weird. Can you send me a Cash App? I'll give you the money today. There's something up with my account right now and I can't go up there for another couple hours. Babe, can you Zelle me 50? Can you send me 90? Can you send me another 50? I just used that for food for Ivy. I want to get myself something to eat right now. Please forgive me for asking you, but can you send me $60, baby? Can you do me a favor and send me 130? I need to book this flight for Elijah before it goes up. I can't go to the bank till they open. Can you send me $50 so I can get food and whatnot? I won't have access to cash until I get back down my way. Babe, can you send me another 150? And I don't want to read any more of these because I feel bad for the guy. This guy, we used to think he was this baller in the private jets and all the fancy cars and the mansions in California and Arizona and Florida, wherever the hell he lives. And he had a good thing going. So it's sad reading these text messages, right? So there was things like this, you know, and I felt bad reading them. But then there was other shit, more serious shit from a few women. So I said, you know what? I got to do my due diligence like I do always on this channel. I reached out to the people involved to get more information to see if it's worth doing a video on. So I reached out to one of the girls who was posting these things. And then I asked her, you know, more questions about it. But turns out there was no police report. There was no charges. So I said, you know what? There's a lot of dirty personal relationship with this. And this is not shit that I do on this channel. I don't air out people's dirty laundry, especially when it comes to doing things on people's relationships that should be private, right? So I said, you know what? This is not a legal matter, and I'm not doing a video on this. And listen, as guys, we know, a lot of women accuse men of stupid shit, right? All the time. And if there's one person that's going to know about that, it's me, because they've done it to me in my life. I went to jail. I was in Arizona on 4th Avenue, that piece of shit prison, jail, whatever the hell you want to call it, because you're stuck with criminals, killers, AIDS, people of AIDS sitting next to you bleeding, people coming off drugs, cartel members, all bad people are in that 4th Avenue, right? I had to go 2 times, all on false shit involving women. So if there's one person to know about this shit, it's me. So I'm never going to make videos on shit like this, unless, of course, there's charges, there's something in the news. Otherwise, I would never touch that, because I would never hurt somebody's reputation based on some shit that women say. Now, after that, one of those girls, the one I reached out to, she made up with Mike Rashid, and I don't know why, because the shit that she told me, I would never go out with a person like that, right?
Moral of my story, I was providing for my own household, grown-ass man's household, and providing for him to date multiple women, because when he was out of town, when he was other places, he would tell me he needed money for things. But from the conversations that I've had with women on the phone the past few days, it's when he was with them, like I was literally paying for his dates and my... Oh my god, dude. Bro. This guy is begging his girlfriend for money so that he can go out on dates with other women. What a fucking loser. Holy shit. How does he even find any fucking girls who will, like, give him money, dude? It's funny. Bro, it's different for long-term relationships, I guess, but, like, it's funny how all of these red pill dudes and black pill dudes, well, I guess black pill's a bit different. A lot of these red pill guys will say, oh, the only way you're gonna get women is if you have money. You have brokies like fucking Mike Rashid begging their fucking girlfriends for money, and they can't even pay their own rent and shit. And then they fucking beg their girlfriends for money so they can go on dates with other fucking women. You can be broke and get girls. Like, the black pillars would just say, oh, well, Mike Rashid's, like, good looking, and he's, like, over 6 feet tall and jacked, and that's why. But yeah, these fucking red pill dudes who try to, like, convince you, oh, yeah, you need to get your money game up. That's the only way to fucking get chicks. You can be broke as fuck and get women, man.
Right? But she makes up with them. A lot of times in these situations it happens, right? She makes up with them, and then she shows them the message that I sent her of me inquiring about the story. And you know what he does when he finds out I inquired about the story? Not because I did a video on it. I didn't make a video on it, and I wasn't going to do a video on it. But he threatened my life for inquiring about doing a video. Now let me show you, and we're going to watch this together.
Hey, I'm saying this. You pathetic. You got no motion in your life. You try to make a living, a little measly living. I see the social blade. You ain't making no money. All you do is talk about other people.
All right, you guys heard what he said? I seen your social blade. You're not making no money. What kind of man goes and tries to count another man's money like that? I mean, we see what you're doing. You're begging all these sharmutas for money every day. Give me $50 here. Give me $100 to get my hair cut. I need $10, $20 for food. We see all the shit you're doing. But to count another man's money, I don't understand that.
What a fucking fake. You keep trying to play with me. It's not going to work out for you. So anyway, Johnny Bravo fake name.
Hold on. I got the fake name. What about you, asshole? Isn't your name Clinique Gindi? I can't even pronounce your stupid name. It's not Mike Rashid telling me I got a fake name, you fucking piece of shit.
Keep playing with me, all right? Keep playing with me. I'm a grown-ass man. I would never make a fucking video about another fucking man. That's all you do. How do you feel about yourself?
Hold on a second. Does that sound familiar? Him and Wes Watson, they love to say the same shit, that they don't make videos about other men, which I'm going to show you later that he does, this fucking asshole.
Mike Rashid is definitely not broke. Why do you believe some random whore's Insta post?
He's clearly broke. Dude, he's begging a chick for $50. Like, he's clearly fucking broke. Thanks for the donation, though, Majin Buu.
Okay, but it's funny how him, Kali Muscle, Big Titties, Wes Watson, all these fake assholes all say the same shit.
And by the way, if all of this was fake and none of it was real, he wouldn't fucking make a video saying he's gonna kill Johnny Bravo just for asking about this. This is clearly a sore spot for him.
Huh? You a bitch. I'll say all that shit to you in your face. You're never anywhere. You talk shit about all these fitness people. You ain't never had no expo.
First of all, I always dreamed of going to an expo, but I was waiting until I got 100,000 subscribers, right? So I have it now. Now you're going to see me at an expo, you asshole.
You know it. You stay in hiding. My little keyboard, weird ass mother. And I could pull up.
Kid Boo, donate $2. Do you blame the Democrats for Trump getting elected again? Let me see.
It's going to happen very quickly. It's time for the United States to return to the system that made us richer and more powerful than ever before. Do you know the United States in 1870 to 1913, all tariffs, and that was the richest period in the history of the United States?
No, it was not. The greatest period of economic growth for the United States was post-World War II. And they would tax anything over, I think, $300,000, something like 80 to 90%. That was the greatest period of economic growth in U.S. history. 1870 to 1913 was when the U.S. was the richest. Are you fucking crazy?
relatively speaking. In other words, relatively.
Like this is before most people had electricity or fucking indoor plumbing.
And they set up the Great Tariff Commission of 1887, and this commission had one function: what to do with all the money that we took in. It was so enormous that they had no idea. It was a blue ribbon committee. It was set up 1887, and what to do with all of the money that we had. And again, Teddy Roosevelt was a beneficiary, because when McKinley was killed, he took over this vast sum of money, and he did all of those national parks and all of the other things. And I'm not knocking him, but he was given a vast amount of money, and that was all made through tariffs. We had no income tax. The income tax came in 1913. As I said in my speech last week, instead of taxing our citizens to enrich foreign nations, we should be tariffing and taxing foreign nations to enrich our citizens. Does that make sense, right? Rich again, and it's going to happen very quickly. It's time for the United States to return to the system that made us richer and more powerful than ever.
Yeah, that is psychotic. The U.S. was more wealthy in 1870 versus now. He is out of his fucking mind. If he does all this tariff shit and does whatever he wants, doesn't listen to any of his cabinet, he's probably going to put America into a recession. Best case scenario, like just zero economic growth, but my God. Is it the Democrats' fault Trump got elected again? Yeah, I would argue they did not have a strong platform. You know, like, everyone knows, like, Trump is a big political figure at this point. Like, there's a lot of the country that are retarded pro-Trump fans. And then there's a lot of people who are kind of in the middle, who don't necessarily like him, but they're kind of fed up with a lot of Democrat policies, or are politically illiterate and don't understand that, you know, Joe Biden brought the U.S. economy back. They really need to moralize more and play more hardball, like more harshly criticize Trump and point out like all of his fucking failings, and like be very pro 2A, be pro very Second Amendment, you know, and kind of die down on more of the social progressive policies. Like, forget about like the trans sport stuff, like just don't mention it. Don't act like you support it and everything. And I think they'd probably have won the last election. Thanks for the donation though, Kid Boo.
I got all your info, but you're not even worth it.
All right, so you hear what he said? He goes, a backhanded threat. I could pull up on you. I got all your info, but it's not worth it. See, backhanded bullshit? Now watch.
You know what I'm saying? But it's some other motherfucker that's on your ass right now. That's what you should be worried about.
Okay, go back. I'm going to let you guys hear that again. Listen what he says.
But you're not even... Look. But you're not even worth it. You know what I'm saying? But it's some other motherfucker that's on your ass right now. That's what you should be worried about.
Okay, you know what he's talking about? He's talking about Wes Watson, this piece of shit. That he's on my fucking ass and I should worry about him.
Before you're in, if you ever in my presence, without doubt, lower your gaze, don't even look at me, look down the ground. Or I'm going to slap you so hard I'm going to knock you out. By slapping you. All right? That's a fact.
So you guys remember, all these threats, all this stupid shit coming out of his mouth, it's all about me, not me making a video about him. It's about me inquiring about doing a video that I decided I didn't want to fucking do. So after he sends me that threat on video, I said, listen, you know, I was very nice to him on DM. I said, listen, there's a lot of personal shit in there, relationship stuff. I understand these things. I'm not making a video, right? And I was simply inquiring about doing a video because that's what I do, right? On doing a video or doing a story. You know what he tells me? He goes, who are you to do your due diligence on the story, right? And then he gets more pissed and he threatens me again. And then I was like, you know what? Fuck this guy. He's not worth my time. Nobody even knows who this asshole is anymore. It's not even worth me making a video because obviously I'm thinking this guy sending me these threats on video. He wants me to make a video, right? I said, fuck him. And I moved on. So then I saw him on the Bradley Martin podcast. And you know what he does? He talks about another man, like he says he doesn't do. You know who? Myron Gaines. His friend, somebody Myron looked up to as a brother, right? He brings him up, and he says he checked him because he doesn't agree with his views on women. But this is the thing. They were friends. He was on his podcast many times.
But then he goes on a Bradley Martin podcast. Remember, y'all saw the messages. He said, I don't need to make videos about you. What's this?
I had to check somebody the other day over that. The dude Myron was Fresh and Fit.
What happened?
I just seen a post. I was like, what the fuck?
Well, what was the
talking
post?
about?
Intentionally disrespecting black women for
How
no
black
reason.
women are the lowest on the totem pole of attractiveness to him. I mean, black women wouldn't even look at you, but whatever.
When did you become so sensitive? Like, this is not the Mike Rashid that I know, bro. Enormous amount of respect lost for this guy, right?
So I checked. I said, bro, you are a very interesting person. I've never met a person like you. I didn't think people like you existed, being black and hating themselves so much.
Bro, you've been on the show twice, and I've always had these views since 2022. And the other thing, too, is notice how he's not telling you guys about the threatening message he sent Sean Kelly. Like, bro, he literally was threatening me and Sean over a video. Literally threatened us over a video, bro. And I roast everybody. So what? I literally make fun of everybody. Fuck, man. I got demonetized for this shit. Like, bro, this guy is so fucking sensitive. It's crazy, bro.
So then after that, Myron, he made a video, right? Answering back to Mike Rashid.
Bro, Myron is saying this guy's an unhinged crybaby.
He showed some messages, some text messages from Rashid, where he started threatening his life and his friend's life, the piece of shit.
Just to remind y'all niggas, this is what he's mad about, bro. This is what he's fucking mad about. All of this is because of this fucking Instagram reel. Are black women attractive? This is what he's offended by. This nigga literally sent death threats to Sean Kelly, bro. Like, bro, this is unhinged. This is unhinged shit. Why would you say this to somebody? He has nothing to do with this. What? Bro, dude is literally sending threats on the internet over an Instagram reel. This is a grown man, probably pushing 50, doing this shit. Wild. Absolutely wild. Dude came and did like 3 or 4 podcasts with us and literally got angry over an Instagram reel that has nothing to do with him. Do you guys not see the lunacy here? He's losing his mind, sending threats to people because of an Instagram reel that he didn't like. That has nothing to do with him. And to make it even weirder, I've been talking about this shit for like 3+ years. When he came and did the podcast with us, I had these views before. He even admits it, that you had these views before. Why are you coming 3 years later saying this shit? Why? You have my number. If you had a problem with it, you could have called me, you could have texted me. Why did you go to the internet first? Why did you threaten Sean Kelly for no reason? Why? So he DMs me, right? And he goes, I've never met a person like you. I've heard about people like you, but I've really never knew someone like you. I know you don't go, but I'm very disappointed in you. I thought you were a solid dude, but you want to be white so bad. I turned a blind eye to some of the activities, but you're relentless. There's nothing you wouldn't do or say for attention. Well, you got it now, buddy. Attention. I'll see you around, buddy. And I go, this is how shocked I am. I'm like, no way, this is Mike. Did your account get hacked? Right? Because I'm like, what the fuck? This isn't Mike. Like, this is very, like, emotional behavior. And he goes, no, I'm not hacked. How dare you have your little monkey message my phone? I'm about to see that he has a really bad day. I was like, what? Like, the Mike Rashid I know is very stoic. Like, he doesn't go to the internet for shit. It's like, if he has a problem, he just texts me. Like,
This guy was a wannabe gangster rapper. We know he got locked up at least once, and I think it might have been for spousal abuse or something. Let me see. Mike Rashid arrest. Oh, yeah. I forgot about this. I think he was... Yeah, he was wanted for murder or was a suspect in the murder.
Podcast in the world. And today, very, very excited to bring everybody a No Jumper. Coolest No Jumper.
Why men should pay for their women's living expenses.
Do you feel like you should be paying her living expenses to some extent?
Yeah. If we're
This guy's begging his girlfriend for money. The guy who says you should pay for your woman's living expenses is begging women for money.
it's stupid now because here, look, I had a big case back in the day.
Right.
Because someone broke in my house and I defended my home. You know what I'm saying? It ain't that easy. It ain't that simple. And in California, it's even worse.
You caught a body?
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
And
But it was
you just beat it on self-defense right away?
Not right away.
How long did it take?
About 8 years.
8 years sitting in jail?
No, I went on the run. I didn't sit in jail.
And then how long were you locked up before you went to trial?
Oh, no. So initially it happened. I bond out. And then over time they dropped it without prejudice, meaning they could bring it back. Then I catch another case. I mean, I was in the streets, right?
Right.
Never got in trouble for anything. No.
But the situation where this happened wasn't some you being in the street shit. That was like a home invasion?
Yeah.
Wow.
So Make a long story short, and the guy was like a lifetime criminal. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, about a year later, an incident happened, right, where somebody tried to jump me drunk. You know what I'm saying? I knocked one out, the other one run. I get in my whip, and the security try to grab me, open my car door, and I have my strap, and it's legal. You know what I'm saying? No prior, I'm like, yo, get the fuck out of here, whatever. You know what I'm saying? He back off. We leave. We just go down the street to another bar. I ain't think nothing of it. It's a fight. And we see fucking ambulance and all over the top shit. And the dude just bust his head open, who fell, who I punched. The guys, when they were taking the police report, you know, you get the discoveries, read all this shit. And he was like, look, I don't want to press charges. I shouldn't have been bothering him. You know what I'm saying? And the other guy, you don't have the right to open somebody's car door. However, they said, fuck all of that. And they charged me with ag assault, deadly weapon, right? So they were like, oh, we got him now. So they bring back the other charge and that one. So then they got me, because on paper, it looks horrible, as bad as it gets.
Right.
So they rearrest me. It was over the top, like I'm fucking El Chapo in the middle of the street, unmarked cars, shotguns. I'm like, this is unnecessary, whatever. So they arrest me. I bond out again for that. It was a lot higher that time. And, you know, I had a plan. Like, I'm gonna fight it. I'm gonna try to fight it. But, you know, me being ignorant of the system, like, I paid my retainer for my attorney, but I had to fight a charge, not a charge, but they put me in a gang unit, right? Which enhances anything that happens by 10 years, right? So if you did a crime that's a 4-year sentence,
right,
but you're classified as a gang member, it's 14 years.
No, Draco the Ruler and his brother Ralphie, they got hit with like the gang enhancement on stuff. Like Ralphie apparently like used a stolen credit card to do some purchases at the mall. And they said like, oh, you're part of a gang, even though really the gang that he's part of is like a rap group.
Right.
And then they use that to try to throw him
So
away.
this is what they did. So now most people don't even know you could fight that shit, right?
Right.
First of all, most people tell them that, yeah, I mean, they'd be like, where you from? I'm like, I'm from so-and-so. I'm like, I'm not anything, sir. You know what I'm saying? I mean, nothing. And I had a crew who was rap shit, whatever, and it's not a gang. So I had a whole...
So they saw his rap videos where he admitted he was in a gang.
Trial for that alone. They had to prove that I'm in a gang, that I'm a gang leader or whatever.
So you had to sit down for a long ass time to go through all this shit?
I'm out.
Oh, you were out during it, okay.
So they couldn't, it was silly. It actually was eye-opening because that was my first time in a criminal anything, right? I had a civil case before, but that was nothing.
You're probably spending a ton of money on lawyers.
I'll tell you. So I had like money, I had enough money for a $50,000 attorney back then, right? Which was a lot for me, but that ain't shit for these big cases. You know what I'm saying?
If you really want to beat that shit.
Right.
You know?
So at 50 grand, you get a really solid lawyer. But he ain't got no connections, you know what I'm saying? He don't know the tricks. They're not really afraid of him, right? So we beat that. And I was shocked at the gang detective knew nothing about gangs or street life. I was like, how the fuck is he the gang detective? My lawyer beat him up. He knocked that out the park, right? So I get a call, like, all right, so I need another 15 grand. I'm like, for what? I paid you. I didn't understand the retainer. Every time he talked to me, he's charging me.
Right.
That money's getting eaten up.
Yeah.
I was like, oh shit. So I'm free, but I had an ankle bracelet on. So my business that I was partaking in at the time, I put somebody else in charge to run it back, whatever, just bring me my cut. So, bro, all this pressure was on me. Like, I'm nervous, right? Because I'm like, fuck, prison. And I'm talking to all my homies that's been, like, what is it like? Like, obsessing about it, you know what I'm saying? So I'm like, fuck. Okay, just getting all this information in my head. I'm dreaming about it, you know what I'm saying? So I'm having to get back active because the guy I put to run shit, he's not doing it right. So I had to get back active, and then the people I was sending the product to on the East Coast was playing me. So typically, like I had one address, I had a 2-3 year run, no problems. All of a sudden, it's just phone books. You know what I'm saying? Because sometime in the FedEx, UPS, them guys know what's up. So they feel something like, oh, okay. They stick something through the box. and pull it out to see what's on it. So if they see, you know what I'm saying, the right thing, they'll kindly take it out, take out the contents, put something heavy in it, and deliver it to the address. And they came up. You know what I'm saying? So it's never happened to me. I know about that happening, but all of a sudden it happens. I'm like, damn. So I'm like, fuck, I gotta need this money. So send another package. Same thing. I'm like, this motherfucker playing me.
So he was, in fact, in a gang.
I had to take some, I had to
Oh my
do some
God.
shit. I did some really stupid shit. I'll tell you about that later. But I needed to like prove a point. You know what I'm saying? So then I'm like getting like, fuck, I'm running out of money. You know what I'm saying? I'm about to lose my house, lost my girl. Like shit is just collapsing. And then I get arrested again for something stupid. So I have my ankle bracelet on. So they were like, so it was like some misdemeanor shit, but still I ain't supposed to have no police contact. So the bond was like $1,000, right? So I'm like, yeah, I'll post bond. And the judge was like, well, you can post, but I don't know if you're gonna get out. You know what I'm saying? Because, you know, your situation. So I'm like, I'd do it anyway, I'd take my chances. So at this point, I had been arrested before many times, but never, I bond out, I'm out of there. I never even changed clothes, right? So this time, it's taking longer. It take about 10, 12 hours to get out, right? So I'm getting moved through every little part. This in Arizona, Maricopa County, it's a horseshoe. I don't know if you know, but Maricopa County, Dade County, and LA County are the 3 worst jails in this country. You know what I'm saying? Like, the conditions fucking suck.
Right.
So the horseshoe, you got to go all the way around. You see the judge, and after that, you still there, then they move you to your crib where you're going to be at. So I keep getting moved. I'm like, I'm getting anxious. And they change me out. I'm like, fuck, I never had this shit on. You know what I'm saying? So now I'm in this little tiny 2-man cell before I get housed, right? And it was a dude, I didn't know him, but he knew me through my people for the street. He was cool. So he was like being cool and shit. I'm like, yo, bro, I can't talk to you right now, bro. Like, stop talking to me. You know what I'm saying? Like, my brain was going into a dark place. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, why the fuck is he happy? You know what I'm saying? Like, when you see people in jail smiling, you're like, what the fuck is wrong with y'all?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, I'm in the streets, bro, and I'm a person with a heart that's down to do whatever. However, I still had like a clean life growing up. You know what I'm saying? I had morals and, you know what I'm saying? I just was in a weird spot at the time. You know what I mean? So my mind went to this. All right, they take me in there.
He's a drug dealer. I mean...
Anybody that say anything to me, I'm knocking out. For no reason, I don't give a fuck. There's no logic to it. It's the stupidest shit ever. But that's I've reverted to primitive fucking behavior.
Right.
So I'm sitting there like fucking hot, bro. Because I'm thinking like, I'm gonna sit in here until trial and I'm gonna fight trial and I'm running out of money. So I'm not gonna have a lawyer after a while. I'm not gonna see my kids. Because the plea was 10 years. I'm like, fuck that. The plea is 10, but the presumptive was 14. You know what I'm saying? If I blew trial. Why are they doing this to a first-time offender? You know what I'm saying? So anyway, man, at the last moment, King, roll up. Oh, now I'm happy. I'm like, hey, bro, stay in touch. You know what I'm saying? I'm out of there. So I was on pre-trial, right? So pre-trial is where the court give you an ankle bracelet.
Right.
Not the bail bondsman. So my pre-trial, like, she's like kind of like officer. She liked me. She was mad cool. So she was like, she called me like that Monday, because it was over the weekend, and said, I need you to come in. I heard what happened. I need you to come in. And I'm like, what's up? She said, I'm not going to arrest you. I just got to give you another bracelet. I'm like, she said, trust me. And I decided to trust her. You know what I'm saying? Because I've been, like I said, I've done all kind of grimy shit to make money. No, things that were outside of the scope of the law to make money.
Right.
But I never did foul shit to nobody. And I'm always been a man of my word and of character. So if somebody give me their word, I believe it. And she said, trust me. So I trusted her. So I went down there and she didn't arrest me. She gave me another ankle bracelet. Like, man, I don't know what's going to, I had court like that Friday or Thursday. I don't know what's going to happen in court. The prosecutor's gonna know, so I'm just letting you know. Say less. So I had a contingency plan in place because my plan was to go to trial, and if it wasn't looking good before the last couple of days, I'm out of here.
Right.
But that got pushed up. For one, I didn't have enough money to fight it without taking some stupid chances and getting caught. And for two, I'm not going to sit in jail for trial. You know what I'm saying? Because it's impossible to really properly fight your case or get your affairs in order before you got to sit still.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So I said, I'm out of here. So I had this girl from here meet me in AZ, had all my shit ready to go. Here we go, his car's running. Hopped in the car, never looked back.
Right.
So I was gone for like 7 years, you know what I'm saying?
And was life tough, having to be real secretive and low-key?
No.
You didn't have to be all that low-key?
No, I was in the beginning, because they look for you for about a month.
Right.
And just, they're at your people's cribs and sitting out there and shit like that. Then they go away.
And this is what year?
2009.
So it's very early social media. It's not like now where everybody
It's just
lives on
Facebook
social
at the
media.
time.
Yeah.
It was Facebook. So I had a Facebook account that I had like a silly name that I made up just for my family to keep in touch.
Mm-hmm.
And then Instagram came. Then I had to get a job, like, because I wasn't going to hustle, because when people want to run, they get caught fast. You know what I'm saying? Because they're doing other
Because they have to do
crimes.
illegal shit.
Right. So I'm like, and look, I was a criminal, but I was smart. So I researched the fuck out of everything to see what I could do. How could I move? Can I fly or whatever? So, and I was flying. I was doing all kind of shit because...
You got a fake ID?
Nah. No, fuck no. That's a 10-year sentence right there. I'm going to get caught at some point. You know what I'm saying? And my thing is like, try to make a bunch of fucking money.
Having a fake ID is a 10-year sentence when you're on the run?
No, period. Identity theft is a 10-year sentence.
These days, wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Back then, because I researched the shit.
Right.
So anyway, so for what I was charged with, manslaughter, it's not murder. So murder, rape, and shit with children is the highest. So they're looking for you anywhere, right? Everything else, they're not. It's just if you do something stupid and get caught or somebody tell, right? So I was able to travel because there's no connection from TSA and cops, right? I mean, I was even out the country, bro. You know what I'm saying? That shit was scary at first because I went to Dubai.
Really? What the fuck? I didn't know that. I'm not sure if that's the case now. But what the fuck? This guy was trying to escape a manslaughter charge?
You watch this, it's very interesting.
This guy was trying to escape a fucking manslaughter charge and he was able to fly to Dubai? That's bizarre. Pooh, let me see.
Ha 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 yippity yappity yappity ha 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 zippity zappity zappity.
Yeah, I'm not gonna watch that. Thanks for the donation, Pooh. Going Anders Donny Tillers, my pops was in jail once. I ain't going to the house, yo. Sucking dick ain't my thing, but I do turn my hat backwards so I can touch my nose on yo belly, nigga, if you know what I mean, but I ain't gay, though, unless you are. Alright, well, thanks for the info. Appreciate the donation, Going Anders.
And they scan your eyes. And in jail, they scan your eyes.
Right.
I was like, fuck.
Do you think this would be harder to get away with now? The traveling and stuff? When you go on the airplane, it feels like they're going to figure out if you're on a database.
I don't. Wow. I mean, listen, I don't think people should be going on a run.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But if a person got a little bit of intellect with them, they can... Bro, I could have never got caught, but I was on social media. By accident, it started blowing up. You know what I'm saying?
So you got caught because you started getting views on YouTube?
Bro, first of all, I started social media, just family, and then Instagram. I'm like, damn, this shit cool. And I was working as a personal trainer.
Right.
And I'm going to tell you, this was so demeaning, getting paid like $3,000 a month, when I was used to getting 30, 40 a week. You know what I'm saying? So, but I did what I had to do. So I'm working as a trainer. So I would put my clients' little progress on my IG and talking about the workout. Because whatever I'm into, I'm all in. And I only do things I really like doing.
Right.
So people seeing how much I cared about it and the results was fucking sick. And it was helping me get more business, social media. So every now and then I put me doing a lift or doing something crazy up there and shit, and people was just loving that shit, and the shit started going viral. And then I started getting like a fucking, just a fan base of cops. Cops and military dudes, you know what I'm saying? And because they're fucking,
they like workout shit.
If I wasn't like the typical black dude that's in crime and doing thug shit, would be a cop if he was in a good upbringing, you know what I'm saying, or in the military, you know what I'm saying? So, because just like think about street life and military life, right? It's people that just need somebody to guide them and give them direction. And that's what both sides are going for. And they're really doing the same type of shit, you know what I'm saying? Like military, like.
Ever seen this guy's JP impressions?
Do you have your portion of the rent? I was going to take it down to the landlord.
Well, now you see, that depends.
On what?
Well, to have rent is just one metaphysical substrate. What do you mean?
It's not good. Thanks for the donation, Animal Liberation.
It ain't no different. A motherfucker growing up in the hood is just like a person going through the military. The stakes is high stressful. You're dealing with multiple high stress events and elements. You're managing yourself.
No. Being a gang member is quite a bit different than being in the military.
Being cool in hot situations, you might have to take lives. You see your friends' lives die. You know what I'm saying? You a soldier. You feel me? So it's really the same. It's just one's considered legal and one's not. Killing legally, killing illegally. You know what I'm saying? So it's really the same, honestly. Doctors and drug dealers, all the same. You're selling drugs. You know what I'm saying? And the shit I used to sell is legal now. You know what I'm saying? So it's so weird.
I'm going to take a big guess that this guy has never served in the military and he has no idea what he's talking about.
Well, if you're a doctor, you're at least hoping that the drugs that you're selling people are going to help them. Whereas if you're a drug dealer, you kind of know from the get-go, like you are permanently damaging these people's bodies and minds.
You think so? You think drugs damage people's bodies?
If you're selling meth, yeah, you know what you're doing.
Meth. All right.
Yeah. No, but and then you're selling weed, it's like whatever. Nobody's going to really feel bad about that. You're selling coke, it's like we all know people who do coke and keep it pretty manageable and it's just a party drug. And then we know people who coke have completely ruined their life.
Drugs.
If I was selling coke, I would be thinking about it 24/7.
Drugs don't kill people, you know? Drug addiction is nuance, right? Now, I'm very interested in drugs. It's fascinating to me, right? And I like drugs, like psychedelic drugs, right? I never touched anything until 2 years ago, though.
Really?
Yeah. So even alcohol, never fuck with nothing. I was an athlete, and then I was selling drugs. So I'm like, I'm not gonna do my shit. So,
great advice for drug dealers is don't do drugs.
Don't do drugs.
That's probably the best way you could not get caught.
Especially marijuana, because you ain't gonna be on point. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, I done extensive research in a lot of this shit, and then me having a big YouTube channel, you know, I had access to a lot of people. And are you familiar with Hamilton Morris?
It sounds super familiar.
Dope. He's fucking dope. He has a show on Vice.
Yes,
but he's kind of stopped just to do chemistry.
Right.
But he knows a lot. We podcasted and became cool, and we talked a lot. So I picked his brain about a lot. I've done a lot of research, and he was breaking down to me like how, like, say the crack epidemic or opiate epidemic. He says it's not an epidemic. It's bad in certain areas. You know what I'm saying? He's speaking of opiates. He said 90-some% of people that do opiates are not addicted to it. You know what I'm saying? He said, you probably did it. I said, I've never done opiates.
A fuckload, yeah.
He says, morphine? I said, yeah, in the hospital. He said, that's heroin. I was like, what?
Yeah, but you're doing it in a very controlled
and it
arena.
was incredible.
You know?
It felt great.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, can I get one more heroin? Just one more? But, you know, he talked about how most people that do drugs is fine. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It's where, like, I guess in the Bible Belt where it's not a lot of jobs, automobile industry left, people ain't got no work, no social status, life sucks. The best thing you have is that drug. That made sense to me, especially like the first time I did LSD, like around that time. I'm like, I was like mad at the government, like, why would they call this a Schedule 1? It's so fucking ridiculous, right? But outside of that, I remember like the next day.
Your trip was great?
It was great. I'm a grown man though, once I did it, you know what I'm saying? I didn't do it as a kid, you know? And I understood it. And I understood, okay, if I'm uncomfortable, this is what's happening. You know
so a lot of times when you talk to people, their first acid trip story is like, oh, I took 5 tabs, or I took it every day for a fucking week, or some shit like that. That's like, oh my God, like how could you possibly have a good experience?
Here's the thing. The worst thing that happened to them is they'd be uncomfortable and maybe do dumb shit and hurt themselves, but it doesn't hurt your body.
Right.
You can't overdose on that shit.
Well, but there's a lot of people who've had really bad acid trips. Like I remember Richard Dawkins, who's somebody I really respect intellectually at one point, and he's like damn near 80 years old. I think he went out and talked to all of the professors that he knew who knew the most about acid to try to make the decision of if it was a good idea for him to do it, given his age, and just to see what it was like. And he ultimately decided that it was too much of a risk and he didn't want to do it, which I can understand as a guy who's like in his 70s for sure. I think if you're in your early 20s, it's probably worth a shot.
When I'm in my 70s, I'm gonna run it up. I'm gonna be on all the steroids, take all the drugs, because I'm about to die. So let me see what it's like. Let me just go hard. But I'm a go hard person anyway. You know
I used to work out at this personal training gym in Beverly Hills, and I would see guys who were probably like 65, 70 years old on straight testosterone, like weird. Your muscles do strange things when you're not actually that strong. You're on that test, and your veins look crazy and shit. And I'll be looking at them like, I mean, honestly, you could die any fucking day now. So if this is making you happy, go right the fuck ahead.
That's facts. But it's interesting though. You see young guys who ain't strong just do a bunch of fucking juice, and it's weird. I don't want to look strong.
Right.
I want to be strong as fuck.
Yeah.
And I'm usually the smallest guy, the strongest guy.
Right.
I really I want to be strong. For me, it's an addiction, like feeling that heavy shit. Knowing I just can't do that shit. You know what I'm saying?
Once you get into that feeling, it's a great feeling. My problem throughout my life has always been that I'll have these long stretches where I'm being positive. I'm loving the feeling of lifting and eating good and sacrifice and discipline and not minding being hungry for an hour while you wait to get that next healthy meal and whatever. And then I just inevitably sort of lapse into these periods of time where I'm just being, and it's never nothing. I'll always keep working out or I'll keep eating okay, but then I start to snack or I'll order a fucking burger for lunch instead of a salad and all this shit. And it just, like, the thing I realized with myself though is that it's about the structures that I set up in my life surrounding this. Like the fact that I have a personal trainer who comes and meets up with me every day at 8 a.m. It's like, I'm just not gonna turn my back on that relationship that we have. I show up and I fucking do it even when I don't want to. And he's on vacation right now for 2 weeks and I'm fucking up. I'm still working out, but not as consistently as I would be if he was here.
Here's the thing, bro. It's like, do this. Put a piece of paper and write the word discipline and tape it on your bathroom window, or mirror. You know what I'm saying? Do little shit I used to do anything that can help me stay on point. You know what I'm saying? Even my merch would say, like, don't be a pussy, because I got being treated a certain way. You know
my problem is that
you're an interesting looking character, right?
I get away with being fat too. Yeah, I don't like able to. They have to get to the point of how you got caught in this whole thing. We left that story behind.
I mean, simple. I mean, I'm everywhere, right? It's funny because, like, when I stopped being a trainer, because I started my online shit and YouTube money and everything else, I would still train people once in a blue, just a one-off session. I charge like $2,500 just for the experience, and I feature that video on my YouTube channel or whatever, and they loved it. So a lot of guys that would come in for them one-off sessions were cops or military, because that's my demo. Right. You know what I'm saying? And I fuck with them. I respect cops, bro. Like, that's an honorable position to have, right? But with that honorable position, I expect a lot out of these motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, so I was like, yo, maybe they just don't give a fuck. I don't know, right? Because every day. Now I'm gonna tell you this. Now one day went by that I didn't think about getting caught.
Right.
That sucked. So I had a dark cloud over my head forever. You know what I'm saying? And there was times, bro. There was one time, like, I would envision, like, I had an apartment in San Pedro. I would envision me getting off the elevator, walking around, and then boom, turn the corner and seeing the cops at my door. One time it happened. Wrong door.
Yeah.
Right? So what happens is, as time's going on, I'm fucking enjoying life. I'm having fun. I've rebuilt this incredible life. I got incredible friends. People from my past I didn't fuck with no more. They were all losers anyway. Like, it's funny because when I was with them, around them, everybody was up. You know what I'm saying? Here I'm gone all these years. The motherfuckers were trash. And they shitted on me when I was on the run. They loved it. Because people they love to see a strong person down.
Right.
It's like, see, yeah, I could do this. I could do it. You know what I'm saying?
You're lucky that somebody from your old life didn't turn you in.
Nobody knew. But they knew after a while. They knew after a while. But yeah, you're right. But here's the thing. What I did was, like, very few people involved. Now, I had a crew and we partied, we went out and shit, but nobody knew my business like that. You know what I'm saying? And somebody from my past did give a lot of information on me. You know what I'm saying? But it is what it is. Now, when they came and got me, I'm a boxer too, but I stopped boxing for a long time, but I was still training. And guys, me and some of my friends would spar at my gym that I used to work at, right? I would train at. So I just bought my dog, he was a little puppy. Me and my boy in the sparring, going at it, take a break. I take the dog outside to take a piss, and a black dude walked in the gym, and it was out of place. Because the gym is in north side of Long Beach, so there's a very specific crowd of people in there. It's gangbangers or cops, or bodybuilders or powerlifters. Everybody got to fit in that category, right? So this dude was a normal black dude, and it was weird. And I was like, and I cordial, I speak to everybody, hey, how you doing, man? And he was looking nervous. He like didn't say nothing, but kind of like nodded his head. And I was like, that was weird. So I'm sitting out there, you know what I'm saying?
And you could tell he wasn't a cop?
I didn't know, I couldn't tell, but I could tell it was a weird.
I'm guessing he is a cop.
I don't think he was a cop, I think he was an informant.
Okay.
Just to identify me. So to let them know, like, yep. So I seen the sheriff's car, unmarked car, sheriff's car, then more unmarked cars. I was like, bro, I wasn't like scared. I was kind of relieved. I was like, fuck, this is it. This is it. You know what I'm saying? So the marshals, U.S. Marshals come hard, but they were gentlemen. You know what I mean? You got to think, at a certain point, they found me, and they just watching me and tracking me. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So, and then when they were trying to get me, they were like a day or two behind me. So they were on me for like 2 weeks at this point. It took them 2 weeks to just get me, because I was moving around a lot. Not trying to be evasive, but just happened to be busy. You know what I'm saying? So they got, he came and got me. He said, what's your name? I was like, you tell me. He was like, I ain't saying shit. So he said, I know you are. He says, we got to do this. He said, look, man. So maybe he was a fan, but I love this guy. But he was like, look, man, I hate to do this, but he said, you're a good guy. You do a lot of good for a lot of people, and let's just get this behind you and get on with your life. I was like, I appreciate that. But in my head, I'm like, I'm wrapped. It's a wrap. So.
And so you never got to find out the verdict in that trial because you just dipped?
Yeah, no. So they can try you in abstention, but that never happened.
Really?
They just kept it kind of open to find me. You know what I'm saying? I'm glad that didn't happen. That's the best thing in the world. So I'll tell you why. So they got me, they put me in the fucking towers, in the max security bullshit. You know what I'm saying? They kept me there for like a month. And then, because you can't bond out when your case is in another state. You got to be in that state. So I had to sit there. They got to kick you out if they don't extradite you within a month. They waited the 30th day. Fucking took me to Arizona in a fucking van with no windows. With other motherfuckers would be like shackled like this. I felt like this must be what slavery felt like. It was so humiliating. You get out to go to the bathroom back at McDonald's and people looking at you. It fucking sucked, bro. But I was like, I knew this was coming. You know what I'm saying? Get to Arizona, they put me in max security there too. I'm like, yo, fuck this shit. So I wrote a letter, like, yo, was my white man voice. Like, I thought I was supposed to be considered innocent until proven guilty. I have no priors. I have successful businesses. I need access to the phone so I can, you know what I'm saying? I don't know why you have me in here. Because everybody I was in there with was going away forever. They didn't give a fuck about no rules, right? And my biggest fear was just, I wasn't afraid of anybody in there, but me just defending myself and fucking somebody up and getting more time, catching more cases. Because I know mad people that did like 10 years starting out on a misdemeanor because they be fighting and shit. You know what I'm saying? So, and I'm in here with the worst people. You know what I'm saying? So 3 days later, they moved me into a little 3 unit, and which was great because I had freedom, but it was dangerous because everybody moving around. First night at Chow, I hear somebody strap fall. I'm like, fuck. I just feel like shit stabbing me. You know what I'm saying? Oof. It's just an unsettling feeling. You know what I'm saying? This is my first time in jail for over a month and all of this shit, right? So my bond was $500,000. So I'm like, let's run it. So my father found an attorney for me, but this guy was nothing. You know what I'm saying? So he's like, no, let's wait. You know, I'm an expert at constitutional law, and this is unconstitutional. Let's wait till the next date. And so that came, another excuse. I'm like, yo. Oh, so then the next time when he really said we're going to get that bond reduced, because I'm like, yeah, that's a lot of money. It ain't that bad here. You know what I'm saying? I'll wait. He acted scared, and it scared me. They came back to me because the inmates were in his room. He said, we cannot ask for bond reduction. That prosecutor wants you. I mean, And I'm like, I'm sitting there like stone faced, like, wait a minute. First, my heart raced. I'm like, nah, there's no prosecutor yet. It doesn't happen like that. You know what I'm saying? I just got here. So I like, okay. So immediately bonded out. I had my dad, have my people get the money, got me out. Fuck that guy, fired him. Then I have money now. You know what I'm saying? I already have multiple businesses, legitimate businesses. So, you know, I ran up the bag. I spared no expense and I got the best attorney that I can get. You know what I'm saying? The one that I heard about before, that it was a dream that I could get him. You know what I'm saying? And my first day with him, this time they give me another ankle bracelet, but a metal GPS bracelet. You can't cut that shit off. So that should dig in your skin every step, right? So it was a year of the adjudication process. While I'm out, I had to plug my shit up to the wall 4 hours a day. It sucked. If you drive past like a Greyhound or airport, they call you from the thing. And they're rude. Like, what the fuck are you doing at the airport? Like, I'm like, you got to just fucking humble yourself. No, say, like, bro, I'm just driving past. They call you from the fucking thing. You know what I'm saying? What the fuck? It was so humiliating. So we fighting, and I'm fighting 2 cases now. And my attorney, I loved him because if I would have went to prison at the end of the day, at least I wouldn't have been stressed during that process because he was so confident. He was like a me of a lawyer. You know what I'm saying? And I first sit down, I was like, so okay, sir, what's the strategy? You know what I'm saying? He's like, nothing, we're just going to beat this shit. I like his style. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, his strategies, he just make them work. He just hit them with motions. And he wear them down. He got the first one thrown out, boom, like gone. Because it was bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Both of them were bullshit, but on paper they look bad.
He got the manslaughter thrown out.
No, that was the second one. He worked on the easy one first, the ag assault. So the manslaughter was an ag assault at first, because it took the dude a few days to perish. You know what I'm saying? Then they reclassified it, and I was like, I felt defeated. But anyway, so he got the first one thrown out. Then started working on the second one. When the first one got thrown out, I got the thing off. I'm like, this is great. It was great because I got to come back to Cali, like travel, and there's people at my gym that I took care of, that I looked out for, that was happy. Because people had my paperwork, like he's done. Like you said, showing my friends.
You see this happen on YouTube all the time where somebody gets hit with charges and you see a lot of people doing a little victory lap.
So I went back. I went back.
It sounds like the only reason he got locked up in the first place is because he was in fucking California, where you're literally not allowed to live. Somebody breaks into your house, tries to kill you. Well, why would you ever shoot back? You should be dead if a criminal attacks you. We let criminals do whatever they want in California.
Back to the gym. It's bittersweet. I love that place. But there's motherfuckers in there that I hate it now. And I went in there, I made everybody uncomfortable. They had to leave. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, it's not cool. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, so fought the case. So he kept getting it better. Got it back down to ag assault. I'm like, okay. But ag assault is still, ag assault, deadly weapon, danger tag. It's still a mandatory prison, right? So he says, I'm like, a year's gone by now, you gotta keep in mind, I'm still thinking about the fact that it's not over. If I don't know if something from the past gonna come up, whatever, I can still get wrapped the fuck up. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, stressed, right? So I'm like, so I said, why is it prison? He said, because it's a danger tag. I said, how much prison? He says, it's up to them. It could be a year. It could be 3 years. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, fuck. Initially, in my head, I would have did 3 years. So I take 3. You know what I'm saying? But now it's like my life is good. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, fuck. Because when your life ain't good, you don't give a fuck. It's like, it is what it is. It's a stripe. But when your life is good, you don't want to be a story. Like he could have. You know what I'm saying? Right. So I was like, I'm thinking. I'm like, can you ask them to take the danger off? And I'll take it. He said, they don't do that. I said, sir, can you please ask them to take the danger tag off? I'll take the felony. You know what I'm saying? I'll take my chances if it's not a mandatory prison system, sentence. He's like, in his mind, I can tell he's like, it's not gonna work. But he asked them, they took it off. So I'm like, cool, I'll take the plea. He said, no, I want to get this all the way thrown out. I said, sir, I appreciate everything you've done, but I want to move on with my life. I want this to be done. You know what I'm saying? Because you go to court every month, and it's very stressful every time. Getting dressed up, all of that shit. You know what I'm saying? So took the danger tag off. I'll take a plea. So at sentencing, I don't know if you've ever been to a sentencing. On the defendant side is his family. On the state side is cops, right? This time on my side is my family and cops. You know what I'm saying? LAPD SWAT, LA County SWAT, LAPD guys. One of my best friends, a federal cop down at the prison in Yuma. A couple dudes in Arizona. They all came to speak on my behalf, my character. You know what I'm saying? And the judge was so mean, bro. I was so, a woman, like a Texas white lady. You know what I'm saying? I was like, fuck. And I'm the only black. It's like I look like a criminal. I look scary to them. You know what I'm saying? Even though I'm not, or maybe I was a little bit, but I see how they see me tatted.
Buddy, you're a drug dealer. So, yeah, you kind of are a criminal.
All of that shit, right? So she was like, all right, Mr. King.
Like, by the way, they have the videos he made for his, like, you know, rap music thing that he was doing. Like, he was talking mad shit in his fucking rap videos and some of the interviews he did. Like, oh, yeah, I face motherfuckers. Yeah, I roll around with a gun and shoot people who, like, you know, look at me the wrong way. Like, they saw that.
If this was getting adjudicated closer to when this happened, you'd be on your way to prison right now. But the court see that you're not a criminal. Get out of my courtroom. What? Bro.
Wow.
When I'm in the elevator, I was in an elevator by myself. And the dark cloud was gone. And that made me uncomfortable.
Wow.
I was so used to having that limit to happiness and shit.
It's like your little friend, yeah.
Right, bro.
I've been there.
Yeah, man. And so that process, it did a couple things for me. One, it killed my joy. I don't have joy, but it's all right. At least I'm free. You know what I'm saying? I don't have the capacity to feel joy, but I'm a happy person. I'm just not excited. You know what I'm saying? But two, it taught me how to really fucking live. Because back then, every day is potentially my last day. You know what I'm saying? So I learned how to max out on life. You know what I'm saying? Like, do everything. You know, so, and I still have that. It hasn't gone away. I don't think it ever will. So that was a hell of a fucking ride, bro. It was a hell.
This is, yeah, like over 2 years now that this interview happened. So now he's begging women for money so he can go on dates with other girls.
Of a journey. I can't say it was all bad, you know. It really taught me how to. Here's an interesting thing too. That's why I be telling people about, like, when they down and out. So my father, he always told me this. My father's the fucking guy. He said, son, we people of character, so you don't show character, you don't develop character when everything's fine. It's when you lose your job, when your girlfriend leave you, when shit ain't cool. How are you gonna act then? You know what I'm saying? You dig yourself out of that shit, you smile, you don't complain to nobody, and it's gonna make you so much stronger, more powerful. And that whole process, it wasn't like I was consciously thinking about what my dad said, but he instilled it in me so much, is to be a man and take your shit, and own your take responsibility.
Yeah, this is the one. That's his mugshot. He was arrested for some other charge. I think it was like domestic battery or something. Yeah, that's a retarded story.
Me and him have talked before, like plenty of times. Not sure why you're choosing to say something about this 3 years later. In regards to what I said on the internet, it wasn't even much. I don't do videos about people. Yes, you did, and we're going to talk about that here in a second. I hope you don't think I'm afraid to confront you. I don't have your number like you don't have my number. I messaged you right here on your DM. That's direct me. I'll see you around. I'm always in Miami. Like, I not even responded. I was like, wow, like, what the fuck is this?
So after I saw all this shit, I was like, you know, with what he did to me, now what he's doing with his former friend, I figured out his bullshit, and now I'll make a video to expose his fucking ass. So now hear me out. This asshole goes, and he threatens my life over not making a video.
And I could pull up on you, because I got all your info. But there's some other motherfuckers that's on your ass right now. I should just be worried about. If you ever in my presence, which I doubt, lower your gaze, don't even look at me, down to the ground. Or I'm gonna slap you so hard and knock you out.
He threatens Myron's life for talking about some shit that happened 4 years ago, and he knew about it already. Dumb shit, right? You know what?
Like, by the way, this guy claimed he shot and killed somebody who was a burglar who broke into his house. This happened while he was drug dealing. It's a little fishy. And he also threatened somebody with a gun who he claimed was trying to break into his car. So he's killed somebody before while he was selling drugs and shit. He was on the run for almost 8 years for this manslaughter charge and shit. Like, for him to go out and threaten to kill people over, like, an Instagram video, it's really weird. It kind of makes me think that maybe this wasn't just somebody breaking into his house. You know what I mean?
Why? Like I said in the beginning, this asshole's career is tanking. He's got 1.5 million subscribers. He can't even get 10,000 views a video. He wants attention, this piece of shit. And he thinks threatening people's lives is the smart way to do it. I understand he doesn't like me. He's got a problem with me from back in the day when I showed everyone with the WFN thing. Teddy wasn't natural because he used to claim it. So I understand he's got issues with me. And then we know he's friends, he's close with Wes. They're talking about me behind the scenes. So he used this opportunity because he sees the channel. He sees the story on Wes, how big it's getting. He wanted to involve himself with it, so he thought giving threats like this is going to give him the attention he wanted. But I do feel the threats he's making are real. So with Myron now, this is the fucked up part. This is a guy Myron thought was his brother, was his friend.
Because I actually had an enormous amount of respect for you. I used to look at you as a big bro. I mean that shit. I literally used to look at you as a big bro. But now, this is fucking wild, dude. When I saw him doing this shit, sending threats to Sean Kelly just for having me on a podcast, getting angry about a fucking Instagram reel?
Why would he go and threaten his life, his friend's life, go on the Bradley Martin podcast and talk about another man, right?
But then he goes on Raw Talk and lies on my fucking name. Now I gotta pull out the fucking receipts and make him look crazy. You guys think I fucking wanna do this shit? This guy used to look at it as like a brother, bro. I opened my home to this fucking guy. I platformed him. I fucking showed him mad love. I went on his shit. I've never said a bad word about Mike in my fucking life. I've always spoken highly about him.
Myron thought he was friend, but in reality, he was never his friend. He was using him for views because you guys remember how many views Fresh and Fit got. He knew about his views on black women then, but didn't say anything. He kept it inside because he was using him for views. But now, his career's in the tank. He needs attention. He's saying and coming out with what he truly feels about me and about Myron. But think about something. What does that tell you about a person like that? To me, this is a fake piece of shit.
I would never make a fucking video about another fucking man. That's all you do. How do you feel about yourself? Huh? You're fucking pathetic. You're a bitch. You're a faggot.
Guys, thanks for watching. Please hit like on my video.
Way back in.
Well, that's fairly retarded. Let's see.
Date, January 21st, amended answer to complaint. January 22nd, Logan Paul's attorney asked to withdraw as an attorney. This is the local attorney located in Texas. And the reason that this attorney is so important is without a local attorney, his two other main law firms, one that is a defamation law firm and one that I think is his general law firm that he uses on regular legal cases that he gets himself into, they cannot practice law in Texas unless they are pro advoc vice via that local law firm. So he did actually have to go out and find a new lawyer. That has been approved, and he now has new lawyers, or a new law firm, or at least a new lawyer. This is the second time in this very brief case. We're not even halfway to discovery. To give you an idea of how early on we are in this case, we're nowhere near trial. There's still the ADR. Remember, there is a mediation that's supposed to happen sometime soon. And yeah, it's a fascinating case because what you think would happen is not happening. So to go from the beginning, on June 27th, that is when Logan Paul filed for defamation. The specific lawyer that filed was Shelby O'Brien, the lawyer that has now left. So that was the lead lawyer. So this wasn't just any lawyer, it was a lead lawyer. June 27th, request for issuance of summons by Logan Paul, also Shelby O'Brien, who will decide. Here it is a jury. In defamation cases, why would you leave during the easy part? Right, this is the easy part. Discovery is the easy part. Trial is hard. That's why litigation, trial attorneys are more expensive than this. This type of research and this, you can make a lot of money doing this. This is the chunk of money that is the easiest to make. Right, you respond to an email from the opposing counsel, you charge 15 minutes of your time, you have to research something, you charge an hour of your time. This is the easiest billable hours you can get. But CoffeeZilla's lawyers left before they could even eat that piece of the cake. So my question is, why were they involved in the first place if they weren't even going to get past discovery, right? Okay, so October 15th happens. October 16th happens. November 14th is the joint motion for confidentiality and protective order by Logan Paul. What joint motion means is that CoffeeZilla is also wanting confidentiality and protective order. So whatever Logan Paul shares with CoffeeZilla, he's not allowed to disclose that, and vice versa. So this is very interesting because this is everyone in the comment section saying that, oh, CoffeeZilla is going to destroy Logan Paul in discovery. That is not the case because you will never learn anything that CoffeeZilla has discovered. So that's interesting. Now so November 14th, November 15th, December 3rd, they're told to ADR report file. They're told to do joint alternative dispute resolution. Basically any judge is going to want them to do that. So before having a jury, especially, you see if you can resolve this matter by yourselves with a retired judge or maybe a retired lawyer or someone that both law firms will pick this individual and they'll sit there. It's a very expensive. When we did ADR, it was $2,000 a party, but there were multiple parties involved. So it's a great job if you can have it. Because it pays a shit ton of money for very, very minimal work, I believe, in my personal opinion. So they're told to do ADR together and schedule it. And then, next update, over a month later, January 15th, Shelby O'Brien, the initial person who filed the defamation lawsuit for Logan Paul, changes her address. And then they add Ricardo, and now they want to motion to compel by Logan Paul happens January 17th as well. So this one is actually written by Ricardo. So Ricardo Cedilla was a recently added attorney. So January 15th happens. January 17th, they add a new attorney. Notice of attorney appearance by Ricardo G. Cedilla. Attorney Ricardo G. Cedilla added to party Logan Paul. And then on January 17th, Ricardo, he does the motion to compel for evidence. So compel, memo in support, declaration in support of motion to compel. And they're waiting. January 20th, extension of time to reply, probably from CoffeeZilla. January 21st, amendment answer to complaint. And then January 22nd, 5 days after this Ricardo guy gets involved, there is a withdrawal motion from, I believe, the attorney who filed all this stuff. And then again, there's a motion for extension of time to file, and then the person has been granted withdrawal, I believe. So Ricardo is the new Shelby O'Brien. He's new. Very interesting, guys. Let me know what you guys think is happening.
That's weird. Let's see.
Will conceive, which is suggestive of the absence of a pregnancy. And then another thing to consider is this imagery of genitals becoming deformed and a womb swelling up and all this kind of stuff. We see this in other ancient West Asian literature, and it is imagery that is symbolic of infertility and the curse of infertility. And so I would suggest that what's going on here is that the outcomes are you are cursed with infertility, that is like you can tell from across the street kind of curse, and then the blessing would be fertility. You will conceive. And so to me, this is not written as if there's a pregnancy in view. As if a guy's like, wait a minute, when did this happen? We're going to the temple. I don't think that's what's going on here. Now, we see the early rabbis actually arguing about whether or not it would be appropriate to submit a pregnant woman to the ritual of the sotah. And they ultimately decide that it would be. So it's not that, I'm not suggesting there's no chance that a pregnancy could be involved. One, I don't think this ritual was ever actually done. But two, I think if this actually was carried out and a woman was pregnant and these things actually happened, which they wouldn't have, that obviously would have ended a pregnancy. And I think it does suggest that at least the authors of this passage within Numbers were not concerned for the personhood of the fetus. If a fetus was there, it would have been destroyed. And I don't think the authors could have cared less because a fetus was not considered a full legal and moral person in this time period.
What makes you think that this never actually happened, that nobody went through this test?
Because I think they would have found out real quickly that everybody turned out to be innocent, because this is not an abortive fashion. But again, most of the legislation that we find in the Pentateuch, in the book of Exodus, primarily Exodus, Leviticus, Deuteronomy, but you have some legislation in Numbers as well. A lot of this wasn't widely known about and doesn't seem to have been widely enforced until around the middle of the 2nd century BCE. This is where we begin to suddenly see indications that people are publicly following all the legislation and the prescriptions and proscriptions that we see, such as avoidance of pork and things like that. And this probably has to do with the rise of the Hasmonean kingdom. So the Maccabees, they throw off Seleucid rule, and now they've restored briefly a somewhat independent Jewish kingdom. And there's an argument to make that the widespread knowledge of the Torah and the enforcement of the Torah was intended to kind of assert and create this Jewish identity that had long been kind of diluted among a bunch of different movements prior to that. Yonatan Adler's book, The Origins of Judaism, is a recent argument for that. But John Jake Collins has another book called The Invention of Judaism from a few years before that also talks about how what we know as Judaism doesn't seem to really have been practiced until much later than most people think. And so I think this is probably one of those things that would have fallen into that category of just propaganda, things that were used as scribal exercises. And I suggest people think about, the 10 Commandments being posted in front of courthouses. That's just for show. You go into a courthouse, no judge is ever going to say, because the 10 Commandments say so, this is my ruling. They're never going to cite the 10 Commandments because that's not what actually controls jurisprudence on the ground. And I don't think we see any of the texts of the Pentateuch being enforced that way until around the 2nd century BCE. And another good indication of that is the fact that they contradict each other in a bunch of ways. And so right around the 2nd century BCE is when we suddenly see a bunch of people trying to figure out how to reconcile everything. We start saying...
What's an example of a contradiction like that?
Well, we talked about slavery. Exodus 21 says a male slave serves for 6 years, goes free in the 7th. A female slave never goes free unless a series of things happens with her master because she's basically a concubine or a sex slave. You go to Deuteronomy 15 and it says male and female slaves both go free in the 7th year. Not only that, you got to give them some money on the way out the door. Leviticus 24 says debt slaves go free in the Jubilee year, which means if you become a debt slave the year before the Jubilee year, congrats, you only have to be a debt slave for a year. But if you become a debt slave the year after the Jubilee year, you got 48 years you're staring down. So you have just in how long a debt slave serves, there's a lot of contradiction. And there are a bunch of others. But it's not consistent. And this is what gives rise to what people call the oral Torah or rabbinic literature, halakhic literature, which is all about, one, how do we fill in the gaps in all of this? Because when we actually try to apply these things, there are a bunch of things that are not covered. And two, how do we harmonize what's going on in all this legislation because so much of it is inconsistent. And that's what gives rise to the halakhic literature that would turn into all the rabbinic literature that we see later on down the road.
Sure. Okay, so Numbers 5 is not an example of an abortion, probably, because you sometimes find essentially more like liberally minded Christians or non-Christians trying to make a point about Christianity. In your book, you talk about how somebody put up like an Instagram post that said abortion is only mentioned once in the Bible, and it gives you instructions on how to perform one. And the point is, like, surprise, like the Bible's actually super endorsing of abortion. You don't think that's true, so the Bible doesn't endorse abortion. A lot of people think the opposite is true, that the Bible condemns abortion. But if this is the only place where it seems to actually directly mention something about abortion, and then even then, it's probably not even about abortion, where does this opposite idea come from, that the Bible does condemn abortion?
Most of the time, folks who argue that the Bible condemns abortion, they're going to appeal to a handful of passages that suggest God has knowledge of and concern for gestation. And so you see this in, for instance, Jeremiah 1:5, where Jeremiah says, "Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you and consecrated you a prophet to the nations." And the argument is that, well, Jeremiah was obviously a person. Jeremiah was a human being prior to being born. Therefore, human life begins at conception. You also have in the Psalms, you have a passage about how God knit me together in my mother's womb. You have the story of John the Baptist, the fetal John.
N-word, donate $2. Let me see. Yeah, Obama deported more people than Trump. Disabled girl gang raped by students in Starbucks bathroom, lawsuit claims. Students. Joggers, yeah. Pretty sure they weren't students. Federal agencies will not acknowledge Black History Month this year. Oh my god. Gospels without blaming the Jews. Alright. Well, thanks for the donation, N-word.
John the Baptist leaping for joy in Elizabeth's womb upon hearing the voice of Mary, the mother of Jesus. Those are the three most popular passages that get appealed to suggest that a human being begins at conception. And the idea is murder is the killing of an innocent human. Human lives begin at conception, therefore abortion is murder, and therefore abortion is wrong. And what this neglects to take account of is the fact that when we look at legal codes and legislation and stuff like that, we tend to assume that if there are principles anywhere, that they apply universally and that everything fits perfectly into a perfectly systematic whole. And so the idea must be that, if over here we treat a fetus as somebody who can leap for joy or something like that, well, then we could never, obviously, treat a fetus in another part of the text as not a full legal and moral person. But what we see throughout the Hebrew Bible is that a fetus was not considered a full legal and moral person. It was considered more property. And the most explicit example of that is in the Covenant Code, Exodus 21. We have verses 22 through 25, where we have this peculiar bit of legislation where it says if two men are fighting and they hit a woman and a pregnant woman, and there are two outcomes that are addressed in this legislation. If the injury causes her to miscarry, then there's a fine that is imposed by the husband, and then there are arbitrators that are there to ensure that it isn't exorbitant. If the injury results in permanent injury to the woman or her death, then it is talionic justice, which is life for life, eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. In other words, if this injury causes the woman to die, then it's the death penalty for the perpetrator. And what this indicates is that the destruction of the fetus does not result in talionic justice. It's just a fine. And what's more, there's no standardized value that is placed on the fetus.
This man's cholesterol was so high, this is what it did to his skin. In another article, his total cholesterol was 1,000 milligrams per deciliter.
Well, yeah, somebody already sent me this. I've seen stuff on Instagram similar to this, where somebody was on a carnivore diet and they ended up getting yellow deposits like around their eyes and stuff like that. But yeah, somebody already sent me that. That's what happens when you have super high cholesterol. Thanks for the donation, Johnny Bravo.
It's up to the husband to decide what fine to impose, because an enslaved person has a standardized value. It's 30 shekels. And you see that elsewhere in the Covenant Code. 30 shekels for the life of an enslaved person. But it's up to the husband to decide the value of this fetus should this injury result in a miscarriage. And this indicates that a fetus was considered property, was not considered a full legal and moral person. And there are arguments about that folks make about why it ought to be translated a different way to indicate that the first outcome is premature birth that isn't followed by any other injury or anything like that. And the second outcome is...
What in the fuck? Vegan Gains said he would kindly like to debate you again. The topic was something like carnivore causes psychopathy. You should do it, bro. I never said that. Goda said he'll do it, though. See what he has to say. Spharage's ex-girlfriend sent me that.
Is the actual miscarriage. And in the book, I go through several reasons why that's just not a plausible reading of the passage. And so,
okay, that's really interesting because it demonstrates that at the very least, the Hebrew Bible in this instance does not consider a fetus to be of the same value as a grown human life, right? And that may mean that, well, it doesn't consider the fetus to be a human, or it might mean that it considers the fetus to be a human, but a human that's worth less. Because as we know from our slavery discussion, the Hebrew Bible is no stranger to treating different humans differently. They've got different worth. It's the same thing with slavery. Like if you kill a slave, I'm not sure that, at least in all circumstances, that like if you beat a slave and the slave dies, then you should be punished. I think in that case you are punished with death. I can't remember. It's been a while since I've looked at the verse. It might be unclear. I'm not sure, but
it's actually ambiguous. It just says he will be avenged, and scholars are in pretty widespread agreement that the reason is because the punishment would be different depending on whether or not that was a debt slave who was a native Israelite or a chattel slave who was a foreigner.
Which would make all the difference.
Yeah.
So we've got indications here that there are human beings who are, crudely speaking, worth more.
We have infiltrated the ranks of ISIS and the Taliban. Our own personal agents hold important positions in both organizations. This is one reason why both are fighting each other.
Well, that's good. Tear him up from the inside. Thanks for the donation, Benedict Arnold.
More than others, whether it be their literal monetary value, what you're allowed to do with them. There are different, at the very least, different ways that you're allowed to treat them, right? And so when that applies to killing, there's no reason why there wouldn't also be a difference between fully grown humans and fetuses. But that doesn't mean that the Hebrew Bible doesn't recognize the fetus as a human. It might just be a human that's worth less. And it's still the case that if that fetus dies as the result of whatever violence this person inflicts upon the pregnant woman, there still is that fine to be paid. So it's not like, oh, whatever, who cares? It's just a clump of cells. It is still, oh, this is something that's worth something. So can we still construct an argument that this tells us that abortion is wrong? It's just not as bad as killing a grown human being.
I think that would be a somewhat strained argument to make for a couple of reasons. I think it does, like, I wouldn't make the argument that the author of Exodus 21 fully approves of abortion, would be pro-choice, because they would have seen somebody's destruction of their own fetus as, I imagine it would have been seen as morally problematic. In fact, we have I think there is another West Asian law code, I'm not sure which one it is, that actually condemns abortion, even though it also does not treat a fetus as a full legal and moral person.
Right.
So when it comes to degrees of I wouldn't talk about different degrees of human life. I would talk about degrees of personhood. I think that's much closer to how they would have considered this question. But with the enslaved person, there is this one law also in Exodus 21 where it says if a master beats his enslaved person with a stick and he dies, then he will be avenged. And that's the one where it depends on whether it's a full Israelite or if it's a foreigner. But it says if they live for a day or two, then there is no punishment. And the idea is that if he beats him to death immediately, then obviously that was in anger, and obviously that's unjustified. But if he is disciplining, quote unquote, the enslaved person, and he lives for a couple of days and then succumbs to his injuries, then that probably was accidental. It wasn't intentional. And the text says there will be no punishment because he is his kesef, which in Hebrew means silver, which is used as a euphemism for he is his property. And the idea there seems to be that he's lost his property, and that's punishment.
Oh.
Enough. There's no need for it.
Hello there, kitty. Look who I got. I got Gum Gum. This is my Gum Gum. Gum Gum's a nice boy. He likes cuddles. Isn't that right, Gum Gum? Yeah, I love my Gum Gum. Such a good boy.
Yeah, that's a good gum. Oh my god. Such a sweet baby.
Any further punishment. It was an accidental loss of property. And you have in Leviticus 25, 44 through 46, you have enslaved folks described as achuzah, which is also property. And so on the spectrum from person to property, I think it's a spectrum and not a dichotomy. It's not a simple binary. Yeah. I think it's definitely a spectrum. But when and I think a fetus is closer to property than even an enslaved person is, but is not fully non-human or non-person. So I would agree that there's a spectrum there. And how we transfer that spectrum to the debate today, I think that's open for discussion. But the simple binary of, it's a human life, therefore it's murder, that obviously did not hold for the authors of the biblical text.
In the case of that Exodus 21 verse, anyone who beats their male or female slave with a rod must be punished if the slave dies as a direct result, but then not to be punished if the slave recovers after a day or two, since the slave is their property. That's the translation of the NIV. Is that because you were talking about the slave dying after a few days or two, but the NIV at least has, if the slave recovers after a day or two, then they're not to be punished. Yeah, is that a mistake, or is that?
It's a mistranslation.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah. Maybe we can look at the Hebrew here.
I'm trying to pull up the exact passage. There we go. 21:21. So if yom o yomaim ya'amod. So literally it's however, if a day or days he stands, there will be he is not avenged, or he's not punished. And so this is it can't be open to interpretation. A day or days he stands could mean in a day or two he gets up, or he lasts for a day or two. And the reason that most scholars agree that this is definitely referring to him only living for a couple of days is because we already have a reference just before this to what happens if someone recovers. Because in verses 18 and 19, when I'm reading from the NRSV UE, when individuals quarrel and one strikes the other with a stone or fist so that the injured party, though not dead, is confined to bed, but recovers and walks around outside with the help of a staff, then the assailant shall be free of liability, except to pay for the loss of time and to arrange for full recovery. So there we have a completely different, we have im yakum v'hichalech b'chutz. So if he rises up and walks around outside. So the verbal root kum means to rise up. The verbal root amad means to stand. And so in the next passage, we have a different set of, it talks about it in a completely different way, which suggests the idea is not if the person recovers. They would probably use language similar to what they used in the previous discussion about what happens if someone is beaten but recovers. Here, the idea seems to be a day or two, they are able to stand, or they remain, or something like that. So the majority of scholars agree that is not talking about recovery in a day or two.
That is so fascinating, because I haven't come across this before, but there is so much to be learned when looking at any kind of biblical verse, to simply, Google the words, like if it's New Testament, type in the verse and then put the word Greek. If it's Old Testament, but Hebrew or possibly Aramaic, I suppose, and just look at the sort of crude translation. And it's even if you don't speak these languages, I don't know any Hebrew at all, looking on Bible Hub is a great website for this. It will give you like either an interlinear, like parallel Hebrew, or it will do like an analysis. And notwithstanding, if a day or two, and it has it here, he remains alive, and you can click on the word. So here is ya'amod, which is the word that we're talking about, and you can look at every single other usage of that term in the Hebrew Bible, and other examples of its translation are things like remain or stand, and it's not or endure, and so like that kind of changes everything, because this is also used as an apologetical tool. Like this verse, I've heard it said that, well, if the slave dies, then to be punished is the death penalty. So if the slave dies, then you get killed. Whereas if he gets up after a few days, then you're not to be punished. That is, you're not to be put to death, but you might be punished in other ways. Right? So the charitable reading for the Christian or the Jew might be, if the slave dies after you beat them, then you get put to death. If they get up after a few days, then you're not put to death, but maybe you're punished in some other way. But looking here, I think you're right. It looks more like it's saying if the slave dies, then you're punished. But if he dies after a few days, then they're not. And why would that make a difference? Because it was likely an accident. That's fascinating. That's really, really interesting. I'm actually surprised that, given all I've spoken about slavery on the show and in debates and stuff before, that hasn't come up and that hasn't occurred to me. But I haven't done an in-depth analysis of the Hebrew versions of these verses, just because that is not exactly my forte. But that's why I'm about to bring people like you onto the show.
Well, it's an interesting aspect of this, because the translation you choose has an awful lot to do with whether or not the Bible supports. Yeah, and we have indications that early Christians were actually debating this idea of ensoulment, and scholars suggest that the earliest Christians probably were aligning with the Epicureans and the Pythagoreans with ensoulment occurring at conception. But you have the influence of the Septuagint, which seems to suggest it's happening somewhere around the full formation of the fetus, or the quickening. The quickening becomes kind of the marker of this. The quickening being when a woman can feel the independent movement of the fetus in the womb. And in the end of the 4th century, beginning of the 5th century CE, you have Augustine, who basically says, here's how we're going to think about this, and endorses the Aristotelian perspective. And that becomes the majority position for Christianity until the 19th century. So Augustine literally says, we don't like abortion at any point, but it's not murder until the quickening.
He says that.
He says that, and that's in City of God, and
Hmm.
that is what the majority of Christians agree on until the 19th century.
And what
There's
happens in the 19th century to change this view?
Well, we have a couple of different things going on. There are advances in medicine that allow people to better understand the process of gestation, and the argument becomes nothing really changes at the quickening about the fetus, and so the notion that this is where ensoulment takes place is not supported by medicine. But we're still going to presuppose there's a soul that is being imparted, and so there's an argument that, well, then we have to move this. We have to default to this happens at conception. That's one thing. Second thing that happens is there are kind of anti-feminist movements that are pushing back against the push for more rights for women, and this is one good way to do that, is to push back against women advocating for rights when it comes to abortion. We have Catholicism arriving at the conclusion that Mary was sinless from conception, therefore must have been a person at conception.
Sure.
That also is a pronunciation, a papal decision that is made in like 1839 or something like that.
Yes, they build an entire. If you ever go to the Vatican, there's an entire room which is called something like, the room of the dogma of the Immaculate Conception, and it's just the walls are covered in this huge mural of on one side it's all the bishops trying to sort of debate whether this is true or not, and then right in the middle is this huge picture, and as far as I remember it's like an image of like God the Father and God the Son, and in between and slightly above them sits Mary, right there at the top. And they've got facsimiles of all the translations of this dogma. But you think that maybe this and to be clear here, a lot of people have heard of papal infallibility. That's not the idea that the Pope can never be wrong about anything, but rather that there are instances in which he can invoke papal infallibility, and on those instances he is correct. He can't be wrong, and that's only been done on a few occasions. And one of those occasions is to say that the Immaculate Conception is a dogma, that Mary was conceived as sinless. So do you think are you implying that had something to do with this shift in the view about abortion as being wrong from conception?
Yeah, there was definitely discussion about the significance of Mary being conceived without sin, and to the question of ensoulment and personhood. And it's in the mid 19th century that Catholics arrive at that conclusion and say, therefore, all people are or all souls enter the body at conception. So that's that's somewhere in between 1839 and 1855. I don't remember the exact date off the top of my head, but there are a combination of bunch of things.
The proclamation, it says it was December the 8th, 1854 that happened. And also I'm looking at this fresco in the room, and
Roger John Husser, and it's entitled "The Crime of Abortion in Canon Law: An Historical Synopsis and Commentary," which covers, and this is a Catholic University of America Canon Law Studies number 162. And that goes through and discusses what the church has said about abortion, going all the way back to, they start with Greek laws, Jewish laws, Roman laws, and then patristic writings. And the Council of Elvira is the first on the list of conciliar legislation. So that's a text that's going to go into all the detail about when these things were discussed, at least within the Catholic Church. But interestingly, you don't really have the leadership of like evangelicalism being incredibly upset about abortion until the 1970s. Because in the U.S. we have this, there's this famous Supreme Court decision, Roe v. Wade, which was decided in 1972. And like the leadership of the Southern Baptist Convention and others came out and said, hey, we're all right with this. We think this should be between a woman and her doctor and God, and we're not going to get in the way of that. And then some folks like Jerry Falwell and Paul Weyrich put their heads together, and they were upset with Brown v. Board of Education, which is what desegregated the schools, another Supreme Court decision from 1954. And they ran evangelical universities that were having federal funding pulled because they wouldn't accept black students. And so they decided they were going to go on a national campaign to get evangelicals rallied around the cause of abortion because white supremacy wasn't as attractive a rallying cry.
So in the book, you talk about how during Roe v. Wade, you say evangelical leaders around the nation condoned or even endorsed the ruling, but that would change before the 1970s were over. Jerry Falwell, Paul Weyrich, and others would spend the next several years traveling around the country. And you said of these people, scholars have unearthed documentation that seems to indicate the purpose of their campaign was at least initially to galvanize a movement of right-wing religious folks that would become politically powerful and would help them then put pressure on the government to stop them from forcing evangelical universities to admit black students. So this kind of jumps off the page at me because, and there's a footnote I think which I didn't read, but like the implication here is that these people caring about abortion and this making that the big issue, you said that there's been documentation unearthed that means that this was kind of all really about segregation?
Yeah, we have, and particularly Jerry Falwell and Paul Weyrich were instrumental in this. They're trying to galvanize a religious right, the silent majority. They want to see more evangelical ideologies in government because government is coming down on them because, for instance, Bob Jones University and other universities are and even Brigham Young University as well, was infamous for trying to keep black students out, and government funding is no longer going to be offered. Students are not going to be able to get grants to go to a school that does not admit black students. And so they're having pressure put on them to admit black students, which they want to change. And the idea is, if we know we have a lot of people all around the country who are on our side religiously, but we need to get them in the voting booth to vote for these religious ideologies. And so in the 70s, we have a lot of evangelicals trying to get people motivated to vote for right-wing ideologies, whether it's gun rights, which is something that takes place in 1977, where an extremist wing of the NRA takes over leadership of the NRA. You have Falwell and Weyrich going on this campaign to convince evangelicals that they need to vote out people who support abortion, and they need to vote for anti-abortion candidates. And ultimately, you have Jimmy Carter, who was the last progressive evangelical, run out of office so that Ronald Reagan can be put in office. And this is also what kind of overturns support for the Equal Rights Amendment. That is moving along just fine until evangelicals gain enough power to be able to put a stop to that in the early 80s. So there's a lot going on under the surface within evangelicalism in the 70s that ends up turning evangelicals into a significant political power in the United States. And Jerry Falwell and Paul Weyrich used abortion as their specific rally cry. That was the banner around which they marshaled all these evangelicals into the voting booth.
When you say scholars have unearthed documentation indicating, what's the like documentation? I won't necessarily ask you to read it out or anything, but what kind of stuff are we talking about here?
Communications, letters and things like that back and forth between some of these folks discussing this campaign to and discussing the fact that they're identifying abortion as the issue that they're going to rally around in order to try to galvanize this movement. And yeah, I don't have the documentation in front of me, but the footnote does point to
the footnote in the forthcoming book available via the link in the description will allow people to follow that thread. There's one more thing I wanted to ask about before we wrap up here, which is because we were talking about abortion and
that's pretty fucking insane. So the whole anti-abortion thing was to keep black people out of school.
And children and all of this kind of stuff. In Exodus 22, there is a very strange injunction at the end. From verse 28 onwards, we read, again, I'm afraid I had the NIV open, but we have, do not blaspheme God or curse the ruler of your people. Do not hold back offerings from your granaries or your vats. You must give me the firstborn of your sons.
Getting a vasectomy today and after I will go away from my fiancé for 4 days to avoid getting horny. Do you have any other advice on the days to come?
Not really. Just make sure you get the vasectomy confirmed with a follow-up test. So, I don't know when they recommend it, like 2 or 4 weeks after the procedure, you have to jerk off into a cup and get your semen tested. So just make sure you do that to confirm the vasectomy worked. Otherwise, you're probably going to want to take like at least a few days off work if you're working. And it's like the procedure itself doesn't hurt, but the day after, it hurts like hell. It's not going to be comfortable walking around. It's not going to be comfortable sitting, and you're not going to be able to train really for like at least a week. So, try to set things up to minimize physical activity. But yeah, that's really it. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Dragon.
Do the same with your cattle and sheep. Let them stay with their mothers for 7 days, but give them to me on the 8th day. Now, if it were just the bit about the animals, I think it would probably be read as referring to sacrifice. Give me the firstborn of your animals. Let them be with their mothers for 7 days, but then give them to me. Okay, fine. But God's saying that about human children too. Is this God commanding human sacrifice? A child sacrifice at that?
I think so. And I don't know if it's the majority of critical scholars, but an awful lot of critical scholars out there agree with this. I'm actually working on a large-scale survey because I want actual numbers on how many scholars agree with this. But this, verse 30, you shall do the same with your oxen and your sheep. 7 days it shall remain with its mother, and on the 8th day you shall give it to me. That's indisputably about a sacrificial offering. And it is parallel to giving up your firstborn children. And there are a bunch of other indications that seems to be what's going on here. Because in all your other law codes, and by the way, we have a different law code in Exodus 13. We have a different law code in Exodus 34. Both of them make reference to this, but then follow up to say, but you shall redeem the firstborn of your children. And I have always found it bizarre, the notion that these laws would be, you should sacrifice your child. Psych, just kidding. You're not going to do that. Unless at some point there was a law that required that. And you have a few different interpretations. One is that this is actually about consecration of your firstborn to the priesthood. Another is that this is a pretend requirement that you then you have to sacrifice something else in their place. You have to redeem them. But if you go to Ezekiel chapter 20, we have in verse 25 and 26, where Ezekiel talks about Adonai, the God of Israel, giving them commandments that were not good, including commandments that caused them to pass their children through the fire, which is a reference to child sacrifice. And there are other ways that other texts have handled this, like Jeremiah seems to reference this passage, but just has Adonai take the shaggy route. It wasn't me. Says I never demanded any such thing. And so, but throughout the Hebrew Bible, human sacrifice and particularly child sacrifice is not far from the surface. And when it bubbles to the surface, it's always in these expectations that you're supposed to start to offer your child, but then not really. We were just kidding the whole time. And I think and I've talked with there's a scholar named Heath Durrell who published a book in 2017 called Child Sacrifice in Ancient Israel that goes into a lot of detail about this commandment. I recorded a discussion with Heath as well as Kip Davis about what's going on here, and we all came to the conclusion that this seems clearly to be an early command for child sacrifice that was immediately renegotiated in these other iterations where it says, "Psych, you're actually supposed to redeem them," and this is something that we know took place anciently. We have examples of it in Carthage from around the 8th, 7th century BCE, a bunch of the burnt remains of infants, along with inscriptions saying this is a mulk offering to Baal Shemaim or something like that. So we know this kind of thing was taking place. And I think this is probably a very, very early command for child sacrifice that was preserved for whatever reason, even though in most other places authors tried to negotiate it away.
I've heard the suggestion, you bring it up in your book, that that when he says, give the firstborn to me, this is an indication that you should bring them to the temple, because sometimes, to give someone to Yahweh might mean to put them in the temple, sort of like giving them an audience with Yahweh, in the same way as like presenting them to him, like you might present someone to the king inside the palace. Is that maybe what's being gone at with this verse?
I think that's a reinterpretation that people will assert when they don't want to accept that it refers to sacrifice. And I think the clearest indication of that is that whatever the sense of give, it is parallel. It must be interpreted as parallel to the sense that is used for the animals. Now, if you want to kind of conceptually genericize this and say, okay, you're giving the animals, let's imagine what's going to happen here. You're going to have to take both of them across the threshold of the temple. Therefore, we could interpret this just to mean you have to bring both of them to the temple. And I think that's going to great lengths to try to skirt around what the data would suggest. And I think the other references elsewhere, Exodus 13, Exodus 34, Ezekiel 20, even Jeremiah, all these references indicate that it clearly was understood quite widely to refer to child sacrifice. Whether they're accepting it, whether they're rejecting it, whether they're renegotiating it, they all seem to acknowledge this kind of sounds an awful lot like child sacrifice. And so I don't think those other interpretations become more likely than the straightforward surface reading.
Well, there is so much.
Yes. Child sacrifice. And then religious people try to moralize about how atheists are evil. All right, I'm feeling sick and tired. So I think I'm just gonna go to bed. Haven't been feeling well since I woke up today, and it's probably because I've been having sleep issues. But I hope you all had fun. Appreciate everybody who donated in Streamlabs. Tomorrow, I think, is going to be a rest day for training, so if I'm up earlier, I'll probably do an early stream and just chill, play some video games, stuff like that. And I'm going to try to get some sleep. Hopefully I can. I don't know why I've been having sleep problems, but if it persists for another day, then I'm going to get, THC edibles and just knock myself out. I probably have to go to the grocery store tomorrow anyway. But nighty-night, everybody. I'll see you all tomorrow.